Welcome, everyone. Please go ahead and take your seats. We're about to begin. Please go ahead, take your seats. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. All right. So it's with great pleasure that I welcome all of you today, both those that are here in the room and those that are joining online, to our second Climate Action Conference here at Bellona. Now, a lot has happened since we gathered last year. We've seen major policy announcements under the Clean Industrial Deal, and we've experienced a growing pressure for identifying for finding clear and effective guidance on the path that we'll need to take to reach a net zero economy by 2050. Also, we experienced firsthand how challenging it can be to come to a common and credible agreement on the targets that the European Union needs to take to lead its ambition for a long-term and competitive net zero future. So, while now we have statements and plans from the Commission, there is still an ongoing debate on how should these policies be shaped so that we can achieve a European industrial base that is both environmentally sustainable and competitive. This is precisely what Bellona has been focusing on over the past decades. We've understood early on that industrial decarbonization would be essential if the green transition is to succeed. And today, we're bringing this conversation to this forum, hoping to bring together experts, policymakers, civil society organizations, and industry to explore not only the challenges that we face, but also the opportunities ahead. Over the course of today, we will be looking at how to accelerate industrial electrification, what's the role of carbon dioxide removal in the European Union climate policy, how policies for lead markets can fast-track industrial decarbonization, and what will it take to overcome barriers for CO2 transport and storage infrastructure. We hope that you will take today's insights with you out of this room, that you will feel inspired and energized to help turn this idea into tangible action. Just a few housekeeping notes. Now, you will be able to ask your questions after each panel. For those that are here in the room, my colleague Hannah will be circulating with a microphone, And for those online, we ask you to use the Q&A section on Zoom. We'll make sure to pass your question to the moderators. After the first two panel discussions, we will have a 20-minute coffee break that will be followed by a keynote from the member of the European Parliament, Aura Salla. After that, we will have two more panel discussions, and we will be presenting the upcoming CCS ladder report update. Finally, we'll wrap up this day with closing remarks from our director, Jonas Helseth. If you can, we'd love for you to join us at our reception after this event. It will be at our office just across the street. Also, for those who didn't manage to register, you're more than welcome, and we will make sure to accommodate everyone. One other note, at the back of the room, we have set up a media corner for you to give a brief interview if you wish, and for you to also to be featured in our after movie. Now, let's get started with today's program. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Alexandre Pacaud, Director for Innovation for Clean Growth and Low Carbon Economy at DG Climat, who will deliver our opening key remarks.
You've forgotten your pen. Good afternoon, colleagues here in the room and online. Really happy to be with you to kickstart this afternoon. And a big thank you to Bellona's colleagues. I think this is great to have an afternoon like that to cover so many very important points that you have on your agenda. My role is kind of set the scene, give you a bit of the global perspective, and try to inspire your afternoon. So first, I will start with something that we all know: world is changing. I don't have to convince you. We open our phones, our radio, it's everywhere. The world is changing from a geopolitical point of view, from a competition point of view as well. We see very fierce and sometimes unfair economic competition across the globe. And we see also security and defense being at the core of our policies. So you might think, okay, so we have all these changes. Where does climate action stand in this? Do we still need to take action as regards climate? And here the response is, of course, yes, not just because I work in DG Climat together with my colleagues, but because it makes so much sense. Our president, in a speech in the Parliament, in the State of the Energy Union, said it very clear. We need decarbonization, not only because it's good for climate, but it's because it's good for competitiveness, and it is good for our economic security, for our independence. I was looking at the data on fuel imports. Last year, we imported for 350 billion euros of fossil fuels. This is a lot of money. This is money that is not used properly, because this is not money that is invested in the future that we want. So in order to become more competitive, to become more independent and to fight climate change, what do we need to do? First of all, there need to be big changes in the way we produce energy. Here, electrification will be absolutely key. When we look at all our analysis for reaching climate neutrality and our targets for 2030, for 2040, we need electrification to increase, to decarbonize industry, to decarbonize transport, to decarbonize the heat in our buildings. So this is a major investment that we need to make across Europe. There are some good news. We see that now renewable represent about half of the electricity demand. That's good, but we need to double down on renewables as well. And that's where the issue of the grids come in. And I know you have a session on that, a workshop, a panel on that, how to make sure that we have the grid of the future, that we have expanded grids, that we have upgraded our grids so that it can fit the renewables that we need for Europe. You know that this will be also part of the grids package that the Commission is preparing that will be issued by the end of the year. There will be also more money for grids, for interconnection between countries. You saw the MFF proposal, the last MFF proposal. 30 billion will go to the CEF energy. It's 5 times more than before. So it shows the strategic importance that we give in Europe to grids, but we have to make it happen as quickly as possible. That brings me to my next point, that is clean tech. We need clean tech also in Europe, not just to deploy clean tech so that we have renewables available, but also that we manufacture clean tech in Europe. And this is very strategic for us, for our independence, to also, of course, jobs, and making sure that also we become a big player in this market. There also another figure, a report from the International Energy Agency, showing that by 2035, the market, global market of clean tech will be about $2 trillion. $2 trillion. It is about the oil market of today. So it means that we are going to prepare a new market, this clean tech market that is equivalent to the market of oil. So that's huge. And we need also Europe, our companies, to be very well placed in this global market. This is why we have adopted NZIA, the Net Zero Industrial Act, that is now in full implementation mode, and that we want also to scale up in Europe the manufacturing and the use of this clean tech. We have an instrument that is called the Innovation Fund that is financed by the ETS, about 40 billion euros that we have until 2030 in this instrument. And there we have already committed to spend more than 2.5 billion euros for supporting manufacturing of clean tech in Europe, be batteries, be electrolyzers, be heat pumps, etc. We have also announced a battery booster of 1.8 billion euros, also financed by the Innovation Fund, again, to make sure that we have manufacturing happening here in Europe. Why is clean tech so important as well, and why electrification is so important? Because we need to decarbonize industry. This is, of course, a big challenge. We all try to see how best to address this challenge. It is important, again, for industry to become more independent, to become less dependent on fossil, but also to become competitive in these new markets, because we want the steel produced in Europe to become low carbon steel, so that we can also export this low carbon steel, not just use it for our own production, but also export it. So creating a business case for decarbonization in industry, in large projects, in deep decarbonization, is a clear challenge. We know that. At the moment, many industry are willing, are motivated to do so, but how to do it in practice, we need to find the business case behind that. This is what is the Clean Industrial Deal about, how to develop such a business case. There, affordable energy is key, but also lead market, and this is going to be one part of your discussion of this afternoon. The Industrial Decarbonization Accelerator Act that is due later for this year, we look at that, how to stimulate lead markets. For that, we need good definition. If we want to stimulate low carbon steel, for instance, what does it mean? What means low carbon steel? And we are working on that, in particular starting with steel, but we will need to go also beyond that, chemicals, cement, etc., so that we can then say, okay, this is something we can use for public procurement or possibly for requirements in the various products. So options are being looked at. I cannot say too much about it because it's work in progress, but our colleagues in DG GROW are leading on that. We will also look at permitting, because permitting is an issue today in Europe. Many of these large and complex projects are kind of being stuck because there is a lack of progress on this side. Then it brings me also to financing. There is no business case, as I said, for most of these projects. The carbon price is not at the level that would make such a project bankable. So we need to see how and which instrument can be used. We have the Innovation Fund, I referred to it already. We are supporting industrial carbon management, CCS, to a large extent. Also hydrogen, that is a key technology for decarbonizing industry, but we need to do more. And this is why we also proposed in the Clean Industrial Deal, the new bank, the IDB, Industrial Decarbonization Bank, that will bring on the table, we hope, something like around 100 billion euros. So we're talking about big money that will help really industry to decarbonize. We think about carbon contract for difference as one of the vehicles to really stimulate such a business case. And we are starting actually this year with a pilot under the IDB, and that will be on heat decarbonization. And I know the colleagues here have been also providing their input and their comments on this new auction. Infrastructure will also be key. We cannot have CCS capture project without storing and transporting the CO2. Same for hydrogen. This is why I'm happy to see that on the agenda you have also a panel discussion on these topics. Here we are working also with the colleagues in DG Energy to build this infrastructure. We will have CEF. We also need to see whether a regulatory framework is needed to make sure that we have the right infrastructure. We are in the full swing of implementing ENZIA, the 50 million tons injection capacity obligation on oil and gas. This is really a must. We see many industrial projects that will be capturing the CO2, but without the storing capacity, this will not work. So really pushing the oil and gas industry to invest in the storage capacity is essential. So all of that, electrification, clean tech, and industrial decarbonization will not really happen without a long-term vision. And this is why we have our 2050 climate neutrality objective, but we want also to bring a clear target for 2040. And this is the whole discussion at the moment on the climate law. This is also in full swing discussions in Council and Parliament. Of course, not simple because these are complex discussions and large investments that are linked to such targets. But we are very confident that by the COP, we will come with an NDC for 2035, but also an agreement on the climate law. We will also, after that, look at all the different legislation that is needed to reach these targets for 2040. So it means the ETS review will take place before the summer of next year. And there we will look at various elements, and in particular, one key element that is of interest for you for this afternoon is the role of removals, its potentially inclusion in the ETS, but also its financing, and there will be also a panel around this point. So to conclude, that was a kind of a broad description of what we have in front of us. It is a chance for Europe to decarbonize our economy. It will create jobs, it will create wealth, it will create prosperity, and we need action. I think you were saying it's not just legislation or discussions, we need really concrete actions, and I can tell you there are so many entrepreneurs here in Europe that are willing and ready to invest and make this a reality. And we need also people like you who want to think with us, bring their reports, their ideas, their assessments. So the work that you do in Bellona and in other places in Brussels is so important to help us to shape this climate action for the future. So a big thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very fruitful afternoon. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Paco, for your really valuable insights and also for setting the stage for the upcoming discussion, as you touched upon many of the topics that we'll be discussing today, and especially the key role of clean energy for fostering the industrial competitiveness of the European industry, but also to ensure that we are more independent and more secure in these times. And this is quite the topic that will be addressed in this next panel. This panel will talk about the electrification of industrial processes. It will bring together policymakers, experts, and and industry to have constructive dialogues on which are the policy opportunities. Now, what this panel will talk about is the upcoming industrial decarbonization policies from the perspective of energy systems, including prices, sustainability, and energy security. To lead the discussion, I invite to the stage our Senior Policy Manager for Energy System, Guillermo Ramos Fernandez. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Linda. Let me introduce the panel for everyone. We have Ignacio Asenjo from DG Ener. Please take a seat. Ignacio is team leader for the Energy Systems Integration team in DG Ener. He previously worked on a range of energy files, including solar and energy networks. He has 8 years of diplomatic experience in the EU delegations in China and Brazil, and he studied political sciences and attended the College of Europe in Bruges. Next, we have Claire Sanderoy from Vattenfall. Claire is the deputy head of Vattenfall's EU office in Brussels, which is one of Europe's largest producers and retailers of electricity and heat. In the past, she also worked as a policy advisor of the French Electricity Association in Brussels and the French Embassy in Stockholm. And Claire holds a master's degree in European Affairs and is also a graduate of the College of Europe. And our third panelist is Marco Giuli. Marco Giuli works at Agora Industry as a project manager. He works on industrial pathways to net zero, specifically in sectors using low and medium heat, and more broadly on the net zero industry agenda. He is also a researcher in the Free University of Brussels, and in the past he worked on EU energy and climate policy with several think tanks. He has a master's in economics and politics of European integration and a bachelor in international relations. Well, Linda has set a little bit the scene, but I'm going to just add a few sentences to what this panel is about. We all know that the Clean Industrial Deal is called to be the next big step of Europe's path towards decarbonizing its industry, and we need to turn that ambition into action, right? And that means finding solutions for the classical energy trilemma of sustainability, prices, energy security, but also bringing now the fourth component of the new word that everybody speaks about in town, which is competitiveness. The discussion of today, to me at least, it seems very timely because we have quite a few pieces of policy in the making and consultation that will be important for shaping the policy landscape for industrial decarbonization in the next few years. So that's for all that said. Let me start with our first round of questions, which are about the challenges. And I will start with Ignacio. The question is just, what are the challenges for the Commission when it comes to electrifying industry? What are the pain points?
Thanks a lot. Thanks for the invitation and the opportunity. Well, first, I'd like to just underline the policy framework in which we are and the Clean Industrial Deal that Mr. Paco was also referring to. So in this Clean Industrial Deal, you will find one of the first reference to, desire to see progress in electrification. We have a key performance indicator that has been introduced, which is emphatically not a target, but a key performance indicator. The idea is to reach 32% of electricity share in the final energy consumption by 2030, while we are still at 23% today. And one of the elements that we underline is that we have stagnated in this electrification for the last 10, even more years, while in other countries we see electrification going up quite quickly. This, of course, will depend in many sectors, including industrial sector, but also transport and buildings. We are also working on an electrification action plan that we plan to adopt by the end of the first quarter of next year, for which the public consultation is currently open, and I invite you to have a look at it. In terms of the rationale for electrification, I think it has been underlined already. We need to add consumers to the electricity system in order to reduce fossil fuel consumption. So that means that we add them to the electricity system as we continue to add renewables to the electricity system. And I think this is something that is important to underline, that we need more rest in the system. And this, of course, goes hand in hand with competitiveness, because it is really renewables that help to reduce the prices of electricity. So you need to make electricity more attractive to ensure the competitiveness of the industry by reducing first the prices of electricity or at the same time. And these two processes, electrification and cleaning up the electricity system, need to go together. I think we need to see electrification also as electrification of industry as a process of modernization and of competitiveness of our industry. Electrification will, of course, be integrated in investment cycles, and there is a moment where the industrial plant needs to revise and make more efficient their own industrial processes and their energy consumption, and electrification can insert itself very well in that moment. Of course, we need framework conditions to work well, first of all, which means that we need the electricity-gas price ratios to be a bit lower than they are today. In many member states, we have electricity prices that are 2 times, 3 times higher than gas prices. And of course, in that situation, it's a bit difficult to ensure the attractiveness of an electrification proposal. This, of course, is linked to taxes, it's linked to network tariffs, and to many elements that are very often in the hands of member states, and what we underlined in the Affordable Energy Action Plan. The second has been also underlined, which is access to grids. That means that, as we will underline in the grids package by the end of the year, we need to accelerate the build out of our grids. And I think it's quite important in this context that industry is well involved in the network planning process, which is very heterogeneous across member states and very different, but I think it's important to underline that industry can and should be involved in the network planning process. And a couple of final words. Well, from an energy system perspective, and as you have more and more variable renewables into the system, you need more flexibility. So it is important. I know that not all industries like that we say this, but it is important that as much as possible we bring a flexible demand into the system. This is important. It can be achieved through the industrial process, but it can also be achieved through investments in storage, and in particular heat storage. So it's not impossible in most cases. Of course, then one has to see whether the investment is worth it. But essentially, for the electricity system, it's very important we move towards flexibility and not rigid demand. Finally, I think it's important to not talk about the industry as a single actor. Those who work in the industry know that very well. There are many different sectors, and in the framework of the Electrification Action Plan, we are making a special effort to try to look at those sectors that have a clear electrification potential today, with the existing technologies today, that can really make those investments and try to see what framework conditions can achieve that. And then, of course, for other sectors where you don't really have electrification technologies available today, to consider how we can bring them to the market. Yeah, and then, of course, financing is a key issue, how you manage to finance this, and we are trying to look at all possible avenues there. And of course, we are very happy to be working with our colleagues in DG Clima on this pilot auction under the Industrial Decarbonization Bank, where specifically industrial electrification and the use of renewable heat as well are being targeted. So that was my main elements for the question and challenges.
I counted 6 challenges, so yeah, quite a few. Next question is for Marco from Agora. In your view, which are the biggest policy gaps that are delaying industrial electrification?
Yes, I think I can somehow also echo the points that have been made by Ignacio, but let's start first with the good news. First, from the technological side, we do not see a lot of barriers to electrification. up to 60% of the fuel use that currently goes into industrial process heat can be electrified with technologies that already exist. And if you take a more longer term perspective, up to 2035, this percentage can reach up to 90%. So it's a potential that is really, really sizable. Now let's come to the less good news, and it's about what was mentioned, the economic barriers, and the high electricity to gas price ratio is a very important predictor of electrification dynamics, and a good explanation of why the electricity share in industrial process heat has been so stagnant and right now at around 4 to 5%. It's a really small percentage compared to the very big potential that we have. We simulated the different electrification technology deployment scenarios across different low and medium temperature industrial processes in different sectors. And what we found out is that even like a spark gap, let's say starting from around 2 and going down towards 1.5 over time, let's say on a time frame of 25 years, there are a lot of cumulative cost savings to make for these sectors, especially if a large share of heat pumps enter this heat mix. But with current situation, with the spark gap ranging around 4, 3 over this period, we see that electrification is mostly possible just in the heat range up to 80 degrees, and this accounts for a rather limited portion of emissions from process heat, between 5 and 10%. So we can certainly do better in with this price projections and developments. And this also for heat pumps. When it comes to electric boilers, they require basically cost parity, but there are good economics to make if these are used flexibly, and this can also apply to higher temperature ranges. Second big barrier, it's infrastructure. We have long waiting queues for connection, and to some extent we also have a certain uncertainty about the grid developments for the future, the capacities that we need, that we will have. And it's very good that now the EU institutions are so much laser focused on grid, because this is really a big barrier for electrification. There are some organizational barrier, and I close with this ones. Some knowledge barrier, especially for small and medium enterprises. Sometimes when it comes changing a little bit the business model, adapting to a more flexible use of electricity where it's possible, and when it's not possible, making use of new technologies, buffering this use, like for instance thermal storage and so on. The knowledge that there are still very significant knowledge gap, and of course the role of legacy assets. If someone has just invested on a very efficient CHP unit, it's certainly not likely to replace this with some other technology for a rather long time span. So this is where, like, I see the panorama of barriers that we have to confront.
Thank you, Marco. Claire, from the perspective of an energy company, which are the main challenges when it comes to delivering renewable electricity at the levels that industry is requiring to electrify?
Thanks a lot for the invitation. It's a real joy to be here. Well, yes, Vattenfall is an electricity producer. So for us, it really boils down that ensuring that the demand for the new capacities we build, so the new power we will bring to the grid, and the supply, so what we can build, goes hand in hand. So if we have a mismatch in how the demand and the supplies are developing, then we will run into a major investment dilemma. So if I'm not sure I will have someone buying the new power I'm producing with this offshore farm, it makes our investment case very difficult. And to overcome this dilemma, we see three main points right now. First one, of course, is to stimulate the demand side. We've seen a lot of focus on the supply side, so supporting us to build new renewables. But we really see that you could start considering really linking any financial support to strategic industries that needs to be decarbonized. That can also be like member states deciding we want this industry to stay, and to, through demand side support, really link it much better. I think it's also, you were saying, as a rethinking how some industries are approaching it, and one of them is, of course, to facilitate the uptake of PPAs, of hedging through PPAs, and we see the role of providing credit guarantees for off-takers as very important. It's a bit technical, so maybe it's because it's very hard to sign a PPA if you're like an industrial, you never signed it, and it's for us also very difficult to agree to sign with maybe a smaller industry because we are not sure we're going to be paid in the end. So having a guarantee in between is really helping to take the PPA market to the next level and helping smaller maybe industries to actually also sign PPA. The second point to overcome our investment dilemma, and you mentioned it, it's really the infrastructure expansion. I mean, I'm not going to repeat what's been meant. It's efficient permitting. It's also sometimes we see it. It's overcoming political hesitation to build cross-border connections because we all benefit from a better integrated market. It's also providing grid connections. So all of that is also very important for us to have a strong business case. And the last element, I'm not sure has been fully mentioned, except maybe by you, Mr. Paco, at the beginning, is really staying on course. If you have to come to make a final investment decision for several millions euros, you need to be sure that the political framework will be stable. So we need to stay on course on climate targets. That's what gives us trust. That's what gives us predictability. It's also reducing our costs. Because basically, if you're investing with like low risk in terms of political predictability, it makes your investment like that. But if you have high risk because you don't trust that we will stay on track or that what has been agreed will be implemented, you had on a premium. So your investment will be more expensive. So to decrease also the cost, we have to decrease this risk for us to come to a final investment decision and overcome this investment dilemma.
Thank you very much, Claire. I don't know if anybody wants to react to what the other panelists said.
Well, I'd just like to underline the role of PPAs that we also see quite important. Power purchase agreements, which is a direct contract between a generator of normally renewable electricity, but you could also have nuclear electricity, of course, and a buyer. And indeed, they play an important role in the electricity system today. They are very important to ensure investments in renewables. We introduced some elements on PPAs in the electricity market regulation when we revised it the last time, and we are going to issue a recommendation probably alongside the Electrification Action Plan, but in any case early next year, a recommendation to member states to make PPAs more accessible and to open the PPA market more broadly. And there, of course, the role of guarantees, which was included in the legislation, is an important aspect. Some member states are considering them. Some member states have been adopted guarantees, and there is often an interesting link also with market platforms, PPA market platforms, that is also a way to standardize the market and to make it more accessible as well. So this is another element that I think is important.
Thank you. I guess we will go to the next question because we have a lot of problems, but we also have policy that we can put in place to solve them. My first question is for Marco. Looking at the policies that are coming up, do you have any particular plans or ideas that you could throw around the Electrification Action Plan? How would you coordinate the approach between electrification, heating and heat pumps deployment?
Yes, thanks. First, I mean, we very much welcome the fact that there is going to be an Electrification Action Plan. We asked it for a while. I mean, I think that The most important part would be to address the economic barriers. This is about closing certain short-term gap, especially to prevent as much as possible waves of reinvestment in fossil appliances that then bring the decarbonization further and risk locking in a fuel that might be perhaps cheaper in the next few years, but then potentially more insecure and expensive afterwards. But this is not enough. I mean, it's not just closing this gap. There are very good initiatives there that we are going to have the Innovation Fund pilot auction specifically dedicated to electrification. We hope this to be a blueprint also for what will come in the future with the Industrial Decarbonization Bank, with the main recommendation of having specific envelopes for electrification, because very often doesn't make sense to put very different technologies, let's say, in competition one with each other for the same amounts of fund if these technologies are going to perform different functions. So what is important is to have, as was said, also a stable framework. And there are now a number of uncertainties that are spreading around that do not necessarily help. Uncertainties about ETS2, uncertainties about free allowances of ETS1 related to the broader discussion on CBAM. All this doesn't help. Cross-border links were mentioned before. All these are very important because we have a lot of complementarities in the power system of different regions of Europe, and now we have a situation where sometimes instability, price volatility spreads from one place to the other, and then the sort of Pavlovian reaction by politicians is, so let's cut the connection and so on, and that's exactly the opposite that we must do in order to have a more predictable and stable and secure secure power system. So this is about cost. I think there are other initiatives that could be part of that, industrial alliances and a certain focus in our support instrument for research and innovation, because there is also a role for innovation there. Technologies can scale up, can cover additional capacities and temperatures from heat pumps to then technologies for higher temperatures that are just emerging, from plasma torches to shockwave heating to thermal storage. And so on. We had quite a lot of support in the past for hydrogen, for CCS, and so on. Probably we would like to see the same amount of support also for electrification technologies, if they are so important as everyone now is saying, also looking at the impact assessment for 2040. Regulation. This is becoming a sort of dirty word lately for some reason. But still, I think it's very important to give some demand visibility to the rest of the system. Having indicative targets or net zero standards for instance, low and medium temperature sectors with a specific time frames and so on can very much help also the rest of the system that, for instance, has to make investments in grid and so on. On the side of infrastructure policy, I think it would be very important to integrate industrial demand, the industrial demand that we see based on the targets that we have and that we are going to have into grid planning and adequacy assessment. So yeah, I think these are the main action that we say should be part of an action plan.
Thank you, Marco. Next question is for Ignacio. I mean, Marco has already almost written the electrification action plan, but maybe you can give us an idea of where, is there any specific area point in which the electrification plan is, or you're looking for input from NGOs, from CSOs, from think tanks, from industry? Any specific place where you really think you need special input?
Thank you. Well, as I said, again, the public consultation is open, so I really encourage everyone to have a look at it. There is a questionnaire and the call for evidence where you can send documents. I think one element where we are very interested is of course, the experience with previous investments in electrification in the industry sector. to understand why the decision was taken, in which sector, whether it worked well, and what were the barriers, the caveats, etc. This is really something that we are very interested. Another element, and often the examples that have been brought to us are related to heat pumps in many cases. And of course, these first investments in a specific sector are very important because there is a learning process that takes place and that facilitates a lot the following ones. And many of these are taking place in investments in under projects under Horizon Europe that are being funded for first of a kind, for pilot projects to electrify certain processes in certain industries, and there is a good list of examples in Horizon Europe projects there. But I'd like to hear more about these ones. And of course, one thing we hear a lot when we talk to industry, and that is of course very interesting, is the barriers that they see when they are considering investments in electrification. And this is, of course, always something that we are always interested. The barriers are often related to prices, but sometimes there are quite regulatory barriers, and there can be very specific barriers at member state level, and sometimes in areas that are a bit surprising that you wouldn't have thought about initially. And how to overcome those barriers and how to integrate, in particular, electrification technologies into the industrial processes. This is more of a technical engineering issue, but it's really very important one to ensure and demonstrate that this is actually possible in the given industry with the given industrial process. And often the barrier will be at that level in the end. And of course, when it comes to industry, what we are more interested is in the specific barriers. The general barriers about grid access, electricity prices, we know about them. We think we have ideas about how to address them, but what we need is to understand the specific barriers for the specific industries.
Thank you. And that's a wonderful segue for the last question to Claire. Which are the barriers for you?
I mean, we don't have a barrier to electrify, we provide electricity. But if I can a bit give some of our inputs, if what we would love the Commission to look into for the electrification action plan, it's a word that's already been mentioned. It's actually making sure that the electrification action plan shows there is a business for electrification. That there is a strong buy-in, that it's possible. I mean, we won't be competitive in a fossil fuel world. We will be competitive when we have a decarbonized economy in Europe, and that's why I really think it just should make the case for it. Yeah, we usually don't ask for a lot of new things, so we don't think it should be for like 100 new things, but maybe 3 pointers. First one, it's a bit to broaden the debate. We think it's important to look at the levers to reduce electricity system cost. So to broaden a bit from electricity prices to the system cost. I mean, we know 50% of the cost will be about networks in the future, 15% balancing, so the flexibility aspect, and the rest will be about coming from the new supply. And clearly we have to be smart about where we spend the money. So where to spend it wisely, so identifying how to spend it better in the future. Second point, it was really like, there is hope. It's exactly what Agora has been working on, is that direct electrification, there is a lot of potential to tap in there in low temperature processes and mid temperature processes. So it just keep us moving. So that's, I think, something where you can get quick wins. And the last point was also, I think, mentioned by you, Ignacio, at the beginning. We really think the electrification action plan could be an opportunity to show that you can rethink, and there are benefits of rethinking industrial processes. By modernizing them, you can achieve competitive gains. I mean, competitiveness is not just about prices, it's about innovation as well. So we think there is an opportunity there as well to rethink industrial processes.
Actions, please.
No, I just would like to say one thing, that it's renewables reduce electricity prices. And this is something that not everyone believes, but it is a fact. And the figures really demonstrate that. Of course, with renewables, because of the variability, You have higher balancing cost in principle than cost of integrating those renewables into the system. But the fact is, at least in wholesale prices, it's very clear. The countries that have renewables rely less on fossil gas, on gas. Gas is the most expensive source of electricity, so they do reduce electricity prices. So if we want electricity to be attractive and competitive with gas, what we need is to rely less and less on gas and more on renewables. Then, of course, there are many things to be done in the electricity system. There's a problem with the electricity bill that we underline a lot in the Affordable Energy Action Plan, because it contains a lot of costs that are not actually related to the electricity system. And of course, we need to contain network costs and then consider, the state can consider what cost could be moved from the electricity bill to the general budget. But there should be really, and there's of course the issue of taxes. There should be in all member states a real effort to look at those bills, to look at the different costs that they are putting to the electricity system, and to see how they can reduce that and make electricity more attractive, including through renewables investments, of course.
Thank you. We do agree that renewables bring low prices. I think we have 5 minutes left, so maybe we can try to have at least one or maybe two questions in the room.
Thank you. My name is Jacob Lutz. I'm from RWE. We are a big German utility developing offshore wind and all sorts of nice solutions. So I really like your targets that you outlined before. I mean, affordable electricity is good. I mean, as Claire said, it increases demand. So we are happy to provide more electricity. We also like decarbonization in general. We are very happy to develop more offshore, for example. I mean, #1 offshore developer is currently in trouble, so it doesn't seem to be that easy. And obviously, we also like resilience and security of the energy transition. But I've been spending now the last couple of days here in Brussels and talking a bit, and I've sometimes gotten the impression that we forgot that this is a trilemma. We cannot have all of these together, right? Yes, you may see lower wholesale prices when renewables go into the wholesale market, but the assertion that renewables reduce electricity prices is honestly, that's just wrong. It increases the system cost. The point on the system cost was exactly right. The system cost increases in Germany. We are very successful on grid expansion, on renewables expansion. The costs go up. Now electrified industry is, well, complaining, and rightly so, right? So your targets on electrification, they're very laudable, but the reason that we're not electrified at the moment is because it's more expensive, right? So if you want to change these things, you will increase the system costs. So your competitiveness aspect doesn't work with the decarbonization aspect and at the same time with the security aspects. And this needs to be understood, I think. And so the point on the political predictability earlier, I think this is really important, because if we have all these targets at the same time, we don't know what you actually want to achieve, right? So you need to prioritize, you need to tell us, do we want more renewables and a more decarbonized grid, or do we want a more affordable grid, and what should we develop and build? And one other thing, because I often get the impression here that regulation is seen as more of a solution than maybe hindering. So for hydrogen, because it was mentioned before, we are one of probably the most ambitious hydrogen developers as well. We have a successful pilot and we have a big project under construction, 300 megawatt, and probably largest in Europe, maybe even the world. But it's so expensive, and all these rules make it so expensive to produce hydrogen that there's really no way that this is going to be competitive with gas or anything else. And even the new network for hydrogen has tariffs in Germany that are 5 times or 4 times as high as gas. So what do you want us to do? Like, reduce the unpredictability by telling us what you are prioritizing. Well, question, what are you prioritizing?
In the end, we had a question, yes. Yes, prioritizing. Of course, the energy system is complex, and we all talk about trilemmas. but I think we have to be careful about distinguishing between policy objectives and targets. In terms of targets, we have targets for 2030, greenhouse gas reduction and renewable energy targets. And these are the targets that we have, and they guide our objectives in terms of, and our policies and regulations in order to achieve those targets. Electrification, as I underline, for the moment is just a key performance indicator, something that we think is very important to achieve the final target, because you cannot achieve the renewable energy target without electrification, or the emission reduction target without electrification. So the priorities are the targets. And then the regulations that provide the framework to make that possible. I'm not a hydrogen expert, so I will not reply on the hydrogen aspect of it. But I insist that even taking into account system costs, renewables bring electricity prices down, and there should be continued investment in that, accompanied by flexibility. And this is something that it's the next phase of the renewable deployment, is that you can no longer consider renewable deployment, especially in the solar sector, in sectors that already have a lot of solar, without adding storage and flexibility to it, and without ensuring that you have more and more flexible demand as much as possible in that. This will help to reduce system costs and will contribute to that. But of course, we'll need to continue building grids.
Yes, if I may as well. Gas is what's making electricity prices expensive. So the more renewables, I can only agree with Ignacio here, the better it is for prices going down. It will make us more resilient to external shocks as well. I mean, we had an energy crisis, was not because of renewables. It was because we were dependent on fossil fuels import into Europe. So the less fossil fuels we can import, the more resilient Europe will be, and the lower cost it will be for the end customers, including the industrials.
Not to add much more, just the reflection that basically this mounting system costs are also the cost of transitioning away from a dependence on fossil fuels. And the big difference here is that the transitional costs that we put in the power system are money that anyway stays within the European economy, and that can be reinvested in adapting our grids, adding, not just developing more renewables, but having this more integrated with grids, storage, and the demand side. And this collectively is expected to bring the cost down in the longer term. And the choice is doing this or stopping things and continue to send this money abroad and lose it.
Thank you. We have my colleagues already signaling that we are running out of time. So the last thing I could say is thank you so much for coming. And I would ask everyone for a big round of applause for the panel.
Well, thank you to our panelists for this great discussion and outlining what are the barriers that we still need to overcome, and yet the potential of expanded renewables deployment. One of the points I would like to take on to link to our next discussion is the need to stay on course with the stated targets. Now, the next panel will be diving through one of the most fascinating yet quietly controversial topics in climate policy, carbon dioxide removals. The next panel will explore how these solutions can complement yet not substitute the urgent need to abate industrial emissions. Our expert panelists will unpack the role of carbon dioxide removals within the EU climate policy framework. We'll discuss strategies to avoid over-reliance while ensuring that we scale up this solution to effectively reach net zero. So without further ado, please join me to the stage, Mark Preston Aragones, Head of Carbon Accounting at Bellona Europa.
Thanks, Linda. So yeah, thanks for the introduction. Could I ask my panelists please to come join me? Thank you very much. So we move on from renewables to removals. Firstly, to explain a little bit of context around this panel discussion, we're going with what is the role of removals, of carbon dioxide removal in the post-2030 framework, which I think probably warrants a little bit of an explanation on what CDR is, for some who might not be so familiar, and then on what I mean by post-2030 framework, again, for those who might not be familiar. So carbon dioxide removal is the act of taking CO2 out of the atmosphere and storing it permanently away from the atmosphere so that it never goes back into the atmosphere. There are also other types of CO2 absorptions, the land sink, for example, that we can consider. And the scope of today's discussion will be on both natural absorptions, natural sinks, and engineered permanent sinks, whichever terminology one prefers to use. In the context of the post-2030 framework, here we talk about the setup of the EU's climate policy architecture beyond 2030. Currently being discussed is the European climate law, as Monsieur Paco mentioned earlier. And effectively, what we want to talk about today is how will these removals, both natural and engineered, be sort of fit in the EU's climate policy architecture in the right way. These discussions are very important in the current context. We had hoped that by now the 2040 target would have been agreed, but unfortunately we're not in that situation, which makes this discussion slightly less clear than it otherwise might have been. That being said, we know that there are discussions that will be coming up in the context of the ETS review coming up next year. There are also ongoing discussions with regards to the role of international credits, and so we'll try to touch on some of this in our discussion today. That being said, this is a massive topic. We have not so much time, so we don't expect to get any fully comprehensive answers to any of the questions, but I think we have a very good panel here to at least dive into some of the nitty-gritty issues. So firstly, Valeria Forlan, to my left, Deputy Head of Unit at the European Commission, Land Economy and Carbon Removals in DG Klima. Valeria works on EU climate policies at the European Commission. Her team works on the role of the land sector in the fight against climate change, from decreasing agricultural emissions to increasing carbon sinks in soils and forests, to providing sustainable food and materials for our everyday life. In particular, Valeria works on the implementation of the Carbon Removal Certification Framework, Carbon Removal and Carbon Farming Certification Framework, CRCF, perhaps we can say, and on the design of market-based climate policies in the agri-food sector. Next, we have Ulrika Arnio from Climate Action Network Europe, who is a Senior Climate Policy Coordinator, currently leading CAN Europe's work on carbon removals and land use related climate policy. For many years, Ulrika managed CAN's representation at the UNFCCC and coordinated the network's international work. Before joining CAN, Ulrika was working in the Parliament for 7 years. And finally, we have Winston Beck from Heidelberg Materials, Group Vice President of Public Affairs, where he leads the company's political engagement, advocacy efforts, and alignment with industry associations. His work focuses on supporting the group's sustainability and transformation agenda, enhancing access to public funding. Prior to joining Heidelberg Materials, Winston was a partner at leading international public relations firm and held various roles in heavy transport and energy sector. And for context, Heidelberg Materials is one of the world's largest integrated manufacturers of building materials and solutions, with leading market positions in cement, aggregates, and ready mixed concrete. Now, Valeria, Could you please give us some initial reflections on the question that is being posed here? What is the role of removals in the post-2030 framework?
Thank you for having me and for organizing this nice event. So as you said, and as Alex, my director, said at the beginning, this is a moment where we have more a listening approach than an announcement approach, because we have proposed the 2040 target in July, but this has not been adopted by the co-legislators yet, and more importantly, the details how this will be implemented are still to be decided. So a lot of this discussion and these decisions will be made in the next months in the preparation of the package of legislative proposals that will make up the climate architecture in the next decade. So in that context, as you know, one of the big questions is how and whether and how the permanent removals might be integrated in the emission trading system. That is part of the review of the ETS next year. There was a public consultation on that during that closed in summer. And well, I'm not, I have to say, I work more on carbon farming and agriculture and forestry, but I had a look at the results of this public consultation that you can find online, where I saw an overwhelming agreement on the idea that CRCF permanent removals should be integrated in the ETS. So that's what came out of the open public consultation. Now, colleagues in directorate, in the ETS directorate, will prepare the impact assessment, and not only on this, there are many things they're looking into, but also on this topic, this will make clear where we are going. And then on the side of, well, in the meanwhile, we are working on creating anyway an MRV for rewarding permanent removals. The certification methodologies for bio-CCS, direct air capture and biochar have been in public consultation until a couple of weeks ago, and we hope we can finalize that methodology pretty soon, so that under this certification framework that you very correctly referred to, CRCF-CF, so carbon removal and carbon farming certification framework. In that context, we will have these certification methodologies. We hope next year certification schemes will start to apply to be recognized in this framework, and therefore we can already start creating a market for these solutions. Of course, creating the MRV is not enough, and the supply is not enough to create a market. You also need demand. And we recently published a study on the potential design of a purchasing facility for permanent removals that was published in August. So I invite you all to have a look, and it will be really good if in the next month, with this study in mind, we can think about the way forward. Then there is the carbon farming sphere, where I am more involved in. In that case, there is no mandate, political mandate now to include credits from agricultural or forestry activities in the ETS. But what is there is certainly a political will to help farmers and foresters take action for climate change, because the land sink, so the capacity of our land sector to absorb carbon from the atmosphere has dramatically decreased. We have now a third, well, our sink now is 1/3 smaller than it was 10 years ago. And it's been decreasing very drastically due to mainly developments in the forest sink, which is our biggest sink. So forests are getting old, so they don't grow as fast as younger trees who would absorb more carbon. They are also subject to a lot of natural disturbances, fires, like this summer was a record high forest fires, and diseases. And also there is a large pressure from the production from harvesting for the production of bioenergy. So our forests are not sequestering a lot of carbon. We need to invert this trend. We need also to stop emissions of carbon from our land. A lot of our agricultural emissions come from the fact that we drain organic soils for agricultural production, and this releases a lot of carbon. So this is also something that we could do to strengthen our sink. And then farmers in producing food have really a lot of tools at their disposal to reduce their emissions and sequester carbon. So we do want to give these incentives. The CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy, of course, is a big part of our policy package. But we are also trying to create more result-based incentives. And for this, you need to quantify what farmers and foresters do. And this is why we're working also on that in the context of carbon farming certification framework. I can develop more, but then I already spoke too much, maybe.
Thank you to Bellona and to Mark. To answer the question, what should the role of CDR be in EU's climate policy? I come from NGO network, Climate Action Network. We're an umbrella organization of 200 NGOs and NGO networks, and our priorities when it comes to CDR, that the attention and the focus that CDR currently needs and has must not distract from decarbonization. We need to prevent as much as we still can, because carbon dioxide removal, it's very difficult, it is very, very expensive, and it's time consuming. So CDR will definitely have an important role in EU's climate policy, but it's still very limited. There's lots of very concrete limits why we can't scale up any of the methods to such scales that we could offset current ongoing emissions. There are limits to land, biomass, water, electricity, etc. So on the limited one planet, we have those that all CDR methods have their own distinctive trade-offs, and those need to be always considered as a bit of a overall vision when we look at what we can have with the removals. So this, of course, our focus is that since CDR is limited, we need to be very careful how we use it. So we do need it, but we need to see if it's really any available CDR for offsetting. So we don't support integration of permanent removals or other removals in the EU ETS. We think that this is a wrong tool to incentivize removals. It will cause mitigation deterrence in the sectors that there's still a lot of potential to decarbonize. ETS has coal, for example, still, and many other options to prevent emissions. So we also think that the ETS is not the right tool. It will drive the investments to cheapest and often then most poorest in quality. Now it looks like that much of the investments in the CDR are going to biochar, which is very cheap compared to then some other higher quality CDR methods such as direct air capture, for example. So integration to ETS will only help the cheapest options. So we need a different kind of methods for that. So we advocate 3 separate targets. We want to keep emission reduction separate from removals. We want to have a LULUCF separate, and then a separate target for permanent removals. And our second point is on the land, that carbon sequestration is just one of the important functions of the land sector. And carbon removal, many of the methods, 99.9% of the existing methods are somehow land-based. And this puts a lot of pressure on land. And we need land for all our other life supporting functions, biodiversity, resilience, water, air, etc. So a natural sequestration is important, but it might not be the most important thing that we have the nature for. So when we look at any of the removal methods that have a land component in it, we cannot focus solely on the carbon. So biodiversity, for example, is a prerequisite for the carbon also to stay in the ground. For poorly managed forests, they burned easily. So for what does this mean in architecture-wise? In EU's climate governance, we see that anything that land-based activity should have an activity-based finance rather than quantified. This gives much more flexibility to consider the other functions of the land, as well as it is definitely easier for land managers. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, so first of all, thanks also very much for the invitation. I'm absolutely not a CDR expert, but I hope I can give some flavor to the debate from an industry point of view. So as already introduced, we are one of the biggest construction material companies globally, and we are the biggest cement and concrete producer in Europe. As you may know, that's a very emission and energy intensive process. So it's clear that we need to address those, and we would like to be part of the solutions. I mean, I think I'm here for two main roles we could play in the CDR debate. One of them is that we potentially can be a major supplier of technical-based CDRs. The other one is that in the future, primarily after 2030, we could also be a user of CDRs to reach some of our climate targets. Just to clarify, I mean, Heidelberg Materials, we have one of the most ambitious CO2 reduction targets in our industry. We want to achieve 400 kilos CO2 per ton cementitious material by 2030, which will not tell you much, but it's extremely ambitious. And of course, we also want to achieve net zero by 2050. And at the moment, we are only doing factual emission reductions. At the moment, we don't use any CDRs in our CO2 accounting. The reason why we could potentially be a big supplier of technical CDRs is twofold. First of all, we need to move away from the use of fossil fuels, right? We are a very energy intensive process, and our target is to replace the fossil fuel at least by 50% with alternative fuels and biomass by 2030. I'm talking here about global targets. We are in over 52 countries worldwide. In Europe, these targets are of course higher, and it will also be reached earlier. Already now in some of the European markets, we are at an alternative fuel rate of 80% and half of it biomass. The second is why we play a role is that we have different climate mitigation tools. We do everything to reduce emissions in the first place, be it alternative fuels, be it low clinker. Clinker is the CO2 part, which is very intensive in our production processes. We also do process optimization, product optimization, but it's clear that we cannot fully reduce our emissions, so we need carbon capture, storage, and utilization. And when we use biomass in our fuel mix, we are capturing those CO2 and we store it underground. So we are also producing CDRs. And should I already comment on the political framework? It's clear that we need to we need to clarify how the framework for CDR looks like. Also in the EU at the moment, it's very much based on voluntary carbon markets, so we support moving towards kind of a regulated compliance system. We are a bit of a different view. We think the ETS is actually a good system to do that. Why do we think we need to integrate CDRs into the ETS? One thing is that, as you know, the ETS as it's designed currently allowances go down every year. And as it stands by now, the ETS, the allowances will reach 0 by 2039, meaning we as an industry need to be decarbonized fully by 2040 at the very latest. As I said, we will have some unavoidable process emissions left, so we need to compensate them somehow. And one way is to use CDR. The other one is it's an environmental reason, but it's also an economic reason. We need to stay competitive. And the second one is ETS is a proven system. It's a market-based system, and it will help to choose the most indeed cost-effective, but also a technical viable solution. The other one is that it can also help to actually promote innovation and to promote CDRs, because it would actually create a market for these kind of credits. I fully agree that we need to make sure to find a balanced approach where we balance the use of or the managing of the residual emissions while maintaining the integrity and the ambition of the system, right? So factual emission reduction must absolutely be paramount. And how you achieve that is, I think you can focus on high quality permanent solutions, so permanent CDR solutions, which also, as it was said already before, will not be available in massive quantities. So it's very clear that we need to reduce emissions as much as possible anyhow. And the last one is that, of course, we are fully in favor of a very solid and rigid monitoring and verification system. And there, I think the CSCF gives already a very good framework. And I think that will also help to actually ensure a safe, trusted, and faster integration of CDRs into the ETS, primarily after 2030, of course.
Thank you all. I'm glad we've already found an area of disagreement. That's always much more interesting in these kinds of conversations. Before we dive into that ETS question, Winston, could you maybe elaborate on your point about why you think it should be permanent removals? Like, why is it important to make that distinction between permanent removals and non-permanent removals?
Well, exactly what I said. I think for the integrity of the system, we want to reduce our emissions permanently. So we are not really engaging right now into the nature-based solutions. And I think you need to find a way how you price them and how they can actually account towards your CO2 accounting. I mean, the focus must clearly be on the permanent solutions, and that's what we are trying. We by the way, also, besides just storing the CO2 geologically underground, we are also doing things like recarbonation, where we are using the CO2 and actually recarbonate our own products. So we recycle concrete, we produce cement paste, and the cement paste can be recarbonated with the CO2 we capture. So we actually store the CO2 into our product, into the cement, and that one is also considered permanent, because these buildings can stand for centuries to come.
Thank you. Ulrika.
Yeah, no, I'm just happy to hear that the industry is not interested in offsetting with the temporary removals, because if you think that you would do that you would offset something now, and then this biogenic carbon cycle is just a year. If you're a few years, if you're it might be decades. If you're super lucky, it can be 100 years, not hundreds of years. That's very unlikely. So biogenic carbon cycle is very fast. So, and carbon stays in the atmosphere for 1,000 years or more. So you would need to be compensating that every few years over and over and over again. So that we agree very much that offsetting with temporary removals is not possible.
Well, yeah, I'm not questioning the general science, right? But I was talking about integrating CDRs into the ETS and using ETS
yes,
to.
But we agree that offsetting in some cases might be necessary of most critical emissions that we have as a society decided that we need, but that cannot be done with temporary removals, like you agree.
Yeah, for the time being, I agree. Yeah, that's also our position. That's the position of Heidelberg Materials. It's also the position of our sector. You can read that on the website of Sembro.
Excellent. So we found a disagreement on ETS, but we then found agreement on the difference between permanent and non-permanent. That's very good. So I think we can move on to the difficult question of the land sink, which was raised as declining. You mentioned that part of the removals that you might be able to generate to some extent depend on extracting from the land sink. So, a question to all of you, but maybe I'll start with Valeria. In this context of declining land sinks, higher sort of variability in the land sink, the fact that it's very cyclical carbon cycle, how do we reach our climate neutrality targets and enhance our sinks, and at the same time allow for some part of those sinks to be harvested for some technical removals? How can we find the right balance and still meet our climate targets?
So it is true that some of these permanent carbon removal technologies still rely on products from the land. Apart from DAX, which just needs energy as an input, bio-CCS, like the name says, and biochar rely on biomass being used as bioenergy, and then the CO2 is captured in the case of bio-CCS, or in biomass being burned at high temperatures without oxygen to make permanent biochar. So it's true, it starts from the biomass, so it starts from the land, but it's not the building of a CCS unit in a bioenergy plant is not going to increase bioenergy use compared to the existing bioenergy plant. This is something that was discussed a lot in the context of the certification methodology. There is also in the CRCF a rule that the CCS unit should not lead to an increase in the use of biomass. But this is already one safeguard in the methodology that ensures that this is the case. On the other hand, the biomass that can be used for these in these situations must comply with the sustainability criteria and the Renewable Energy Directive, which already put a lot of safeguards in terms of the origin of the biomass. So yeah, it's more important to focus on storage of carbon in long-term uses of biomass. In that respect, we have, of course, also the LULUCF regulation. So we have national targets for carbon sinks, both in forests and in harvested wood products. And in that context, if you burn bioenergy, this counts as immediate emissions that member states have to take into account. So there is the counterbalance of the national targets in preventing excessive use of biomass for bioenergy. I see this has not led to enough incentives to protect the carbon stock in forests so far, because as I was saying, the sink has been declining very strongly. But we hope now we have the bioeconomy strategy coming up in December, and we hope that with this strategy and the development of the bioeconomy in the next years, we can recognize and incentivize long-term storage of carbon in products as much as, or possibly more than we incentivize use of biomass for bioenergy, because that's one of the drivers of the decrease in our sink, clearly.
Yeah. So at the moment, the EU sink is decreasing, and it's in the worst state that this has been, I think, ever, or since 80s at least. So it's been going down, and it is suffering, of course, also partly from fires and class age structure, but the main reason why the EU's LULUCF sink is decreasing is because of increased harvest. And the red that does not count the emissions in the energy sector has obviously played an important part on this, and the LULUCF targets on the other side do not seem to be strong enough, because the sink is decreasing and we're burning and using more and more biomass all the time. So there's some kind of problem in our policy architecture when it comes to biomass use, and so LULUCF is at the moment not able to secure the safety of our sink.
Yeah, no, the problem is that the targets at the national level, the LULUCF targets where the emissions are counted are at the national level, whereas the incentives in the ETS to rate bioenergy at zero emissions are at the plant, like the entity level.
Exactly.
So of course, for the individual entity, the incentives are stronger from the ETS. The idea was that at the national level, the incentives will trickle down into national legislation to protect the sinks, which has not clearly.
It's not worked. Clearly, it's not
happening. It's
happening.
also true that bioenergy policies exist since maybe 15, 20 years, whereas the LULUCF regulation has only come into force in 2021. So there was also a long period of time where all these incentives for bioenergy were put in place, during which there was no binding target on the carbon sink. So I agree with you, there was some mismatch in the policy stringency. But yeah, we are evaluating the LULUCF regulation now as a basis for the proposal for the next decade. And this is definitely one of the problems we are looking into.
Winston, please.
And not commenting on the carbon sink, but it was mentioned is a biomass certification. I think what is important is the certification is key, but it must also be implementable. So in our kilns, we are only or mainly using, primarily I think we're using secondary biomass, so mainly waste-based biomass, which is derived from municipal waste like food waste, organic textile, paper, or even when we burn tires, they have a natural caoutchouc element. And according to the RED certification greenhouse gas criteria, we need to prove where this biomass is coming from, so the origin. And that is absolutely impossible because you cannot trace it back. And that has led to very challenging discussions with authorities in the countries, where if we wouldn't have found a solution, risk to not use this kind of biomass in our kilns, meaning that the emissions would actually go up. So yes, we need stringent rules, we need certification, but it's also really important that we ensure that they are actually implementable.
Thank you. It seems like we've touched on another sensitive issue, which is the interplay between the EU ETS and the LULUCF pillar. And we would note that the LULUCF incentive and the targets which are there have one role, and then the fact that that's then trickled down into the EU ETS in the form of the zero rating of biomass in the EU ETS is to do consistent carbon accounting. That being said, it seems like there is a mismatch, a possible mismatch there in the way that the LULUCF is built with the EU ETS in mind, and there might be some kind of need to rethink or revisit the way the incentive structure is laid out for the use of biomass. And on the ETS point, I will just slight a little Bellona point that we also wrote a report recently on the role of removals. We suggest outside of the ETS. I invite you to peruse our website to find our most recent publication. We have very little time left, unfortunately, on this very interesting panel. So I will ask the audience if there are any questions. Ricardo and Attila. I think Attila has a microphone, so I'll let you. Yeah.
Shall I go first? Okay. Hi, Attila from the Negative Emissions Platform. My question goes to Winston and Ulrika. Thank you very much for your arguments for and against the integration of CDR into the ETS. I hear a lot of alignment on the objectives, but perhaps not on the right tools. So I wonder if we could widen the realm of possibilities, and I'd like to hear if you have ideas for a third way on which you both can agree to create demand for CDR, permanent CDR perhaps that is. So I'd like to hear if you have any ideas. Thank you.
And maybe you can take the question from Ricardo as well.
Thank you very much. My name is Ricardo. I'm from the German Association of Waste-to-Energy Plants. It's nice to have some of my Heidelberg materials as co-incinerators, which is nice of some RDF. I know it's... But I wanted to touch upon the recent consultation of the Commission in regards with the certification of removals, because I wanted to ask you in regards of first of all, implementation. We also see the accreditation of negative emissions into the EU ETS as one of the strongest incentives to actually go for carbon capture in our sector. I mean, currently there's no business model, but without this recognition, there's never going to be a business model in our sector because our plants are just too small. They can't do it by themselves. And I would just wanted to ask also about the bureaucratic burden that you are imposing on the certification of these CDRs, because like we already are reporting comprehensively in both systems. And if you have, for example, an activity plan that you need to submit every 10 years to be renewed, that's not enough time to have an amortization for this, for the capture plant. I mean, you should maybe look for to extending this timeline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I need to answer because I was against the integration into ETS. So our position is a separate target after careful consideration how much that can be, and that could then be split into, for example, for a national removal targets, and then there could be different kind of instruments then there would need to be different kinds of instruments to make that really happen. But the EU also has a net negativity target after 2050. So starting to also build a bit more concretia in what that means. And also looking at the process to get to the residual emissions, starting from the most critical ones and then seeing, then I think that we will have plenty of, once we look at these, we see that we need a lot of removals, but we think that mitigation deterrence happens when we put CDR in the EU ETS, and then this hampers decarbonization, and that creates then problems of continued emissions. So separate targets for emission reductions and removals.
Briefly, please.
Yes. Okay. Just to briefly first clarify, we are not incinerators. We do co-processing. So we are using the heat when we burn the biomass, but we also use the residues as a substitute for limestone in our production, which is a very efficient process. I think on the question on a potential compromise, I mean, I think there's still a lot of discussion to have how CDRs will be integrated into the ETS, right? One way is a full integration where CDRs are equal to EUAs, but there are different ways. Hybrid integration, where you categorize them a bit separately and where you clearly distinguish between the reductions and the compensation. So I think there's definitely room for compromise. I think what is really important is, I mean, there's a constant discussion, especially in Brussels, over reductions versus removals, technical solutions versus nature-based solutions. I think we need all these solutions, high quality, in order to achieve the targets which have been set and which are super ambitious and which are challenged as we speak, right? So there needs to be some sort of flexibility. Yes, we need to, as I said, secure the integrity of the system, but we need to find solutions which are also implementable. And I think there are very good examples already. So we should not only talk about the negative examples, we should also talk about the positive examples and come to some solutions soon in order to actually get to action and reach 2030 and 2040 in time.
Thanks, Winston. Any final quick reflections?
Yeah, well, on this point, I would agree. Indeed, mitigation deterrence is, of course, an important concern, but there are plenty of ways to address mitigation deterrence, even with integration of permanent removals in the ETS. So I'm sure it's not a black or white situation. There are solutions to address mitigation deterrence. I don't think with the linear reduction factor that the ETS has, anybody has any doubt about the ambition of the decarbonization pathway that we're putting there for the industry to follow. So to conclude on that, on the administrative burden on certification for permanent removals, we have tried as much as possible to minimize it, to build on existing rules from the sustainability, sustainable biomass under the RED to the MRR, the monitoring rules under the ETS. Anywhere we could build on existing data, existing rules, we did. What is left is indeed for the operators to write an activity plan in which they describe their activity, which we hope is something that plants have at their disposal. And also we hope as this market develops that it will be more and more guidance and advisory services how to do these kind of things in a way that is as simple as possible for the operator. But it's a market we have to build, and it needs to be built on some reliable basis, so we need a minimum of accountability about the projects that feed into the system. But maybe closing on administrative burden was not the sexiest thing, but it's an important consideration as well.
It's indeed very important. Thank you very much for having joined us. I wish we had a lot more time to dive into what was raised. I wish we could also talk about residual emissions, how might we define those, and that could have been a very interesting discussion, what the role of international removals might have been. But alas, we have no time. So please, a warm applause for my panelists. And Linda.
So thank you again to our panelists. As we anticipated, just a quick reminder, you're welcome to take a picture back there at the video corner. Yes. So as we anticipated, this was going to be quite a complex conversation, but I assume that we can agree on some key points, and that when it comes to carbon dioxide removals, we need to take a balanced and targeted approach, and that we need to still prioritize the reduction of industrial emissions at source and ensure that these removals are indeed permanent. Now, we're going to take a little break to recharge. This is our coffee break, so feel free to grab a drink, connect with each other, and stretch your legs. We're going to meet again here at 3:25 for the keynote of the member of the European Parliament, Aura Salla. And also, if you'd like, you have the chance to answer a few questions from our communication teams back there at the media corner. You would be very welcome, and you will be featured in our after movie. Thank you, everyone.
try, we have one last mic. Okay. That's the Tom situation. Yeah, all right. Great. So you can tell them they can bring their coffee inside.
Yes, of course. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. You can take your coffees back inside. I know this break was a bit short, but we're about to start again. I still hope that you feel quite recharged. Now, before we move to our next panel, it is with great pleasure that I welcome here our second keynote speaker, the member of the European Parliament, Aura Salla. Please join me on stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm letting people to come in and try to be very clear on my keynote speech. I have a huge pressure because I see some familiar faces here that are expecting a lot from me, so I try to address those demands. So hi, my name is Aura Salla. I'm an MEP from Finland. I represent the EPP group, but a very liberal and a green wing of that group. But let me bring you, why I'm saying this is that I will actually bring you a message from my group where we are in ITRE committee on this discussion on climate targets, because I know many of you are super worried and so am I. But one thing I would like to say is that we need to understand the political reality where we are right now. If we talk about decarbonization, if we talk about climate action, I see that as an economic opportunity on top of everything else. And also as a Finnish soldier, I think that I see that as a security question, definitely. Because we need all these economic benefits that we are getting from these new market opportunities, right? But when I'm listening to my Polish colleagues, when I'm listening to my Spanish colleagues, their worries are very different. They have this very traditional industry in rural areas of Poland. Go to Katowice. They come from Spain, where they have this long-term industrial base, and people are super worried about their energy bills and food on their tables. They don't think about clean tech industry and opportunities that you have there. So we need to find a middle ground and common denominators among us, because if we don't do that, we will lose this game. And it's too precious to lose our globe, so that's why we need climate action. And we need to hold tight on our targets, don't get me wrong, and I'm doing my utmost best there. But if I try to get an opinion from the European Parliament and from the ITRE committee, I also need to understand people in Katowice and keep them on board, because otherwise we are losing this. You know very well who is leading this right now. It's China. It's not Europe. Think about 2025. US is out of the game and China is leading this because they have the technology, right? So my question to you and for this forthcoming panel is also that, do we need a carrot or do we need a stick? I think we need both. And we really need to look into the European Commission asking, how do we do this carbon capture the right way? How do we do storaging? How do we do transport? We need to look at Norway. You have a leading technology there. Look at Finland. I come from a southeast small town, or small town in a global scale, but it's a university city. We do a lot of innovation work on green hydrogen, for example. We have plenty of companies when it comes to clean tech. For us, it's an opportunity. There is a Russian border and it will always be there. And we need everything possible for our economy now to stand up and build our strong defense and security. But where this money comes from is actually from the sectors like clean tech, where we see all these growth opportunities, right? So we need innovation. And one thing that I told my assistant when we walked there is also that don't underestimate talent and skills in this conversation. Because in Katowice, And in those smallest villages in Spain, it is difficult to go there and say that, hey, you need new skills on clean tech and so on and so forth. But for politicians and policymakers to invest to your education, your universities, and also to this nowadays even gap between universities and companies to make sure that we will have talent now and in the future to address these problems that we are facing right now. But it doesn't help right now. What helps right now is actually building a market, building a demand, sticking to our targets, and making sure that our industry understands that we need to catch this carbon right now, and we need to understand how we, maybe storage it in Norway, but also how we utilize that in Finland or in Sweden or in Luxembourg, right? We need to enable our companies to be innovative in that sense that you can replace plastic with some of these innovations, hopefully soon. So there are also opportunities for the industry in Europe in different member states. So this is the message that I'm trying to deliver to my colleagues in EPP Group and in ITRE. But don't hold your breath, I need you guys also. I need your data. I need a push from your industry in different member states to make these people understand how valuable this business on decarbonization is and on clean tech market. Because now they hear that it's something about greenwashing. It's not. It's opportunities for different sectors. And that's how we have really built that in Finland, and I know in Nordic states, but it doesn't help that the youngish Finnish MEP from Finland comes to tell that story. It needs to come from Spanish companies or Polish companies, how we build this industry growth together. So I have high hopes on you because you have the data and understanding, and us as a policymakers, we need to listen to you and build on that because we need this political landscape to move also on heads of state level, but how it comes there, it comes through media, it comes through our people in those smallest towns, in rural areas, not only in capitals. So that would be my message to you. Please be also innovative and think about this decarbonization. That perspective, the message for the Commission is how do we create incentives for market, how we make sure that we also utilize, how we build storage and transport. That's for the Commission role. And the rest I will leave to us politicians to convince our people that the demand to stick to these targets needs to come from civil society, from my voters who I'm responsible for. So thank you for this opportunity, and let's continue this conversation. I'm looking forward to this panel that you will give me answers.
Thank you. Thank you for these strong remarks, and again, for setting the stage for our next conversation. MEP Orasala needs to leave us now, but thank you for being here with us. Now, as MEP Orasala said, the green transition is an economic opportunity, but we need to build demand to support the industry in this transition. And this demand needs to be widespread across the European Union continent. European Union, sorry. Now, this next panel will indeed dive into the untapped potential of lead markets. We will be looking into upcoming policies such as the Industrial Accelerator Act, the Public Procurement Directives, from the multiple perspectives of manufacturers that are already supplying green products, from the perspective of public authorities that are eager to procure low-carbon products, and from diverse regional perspectives, moving from the Nordics all the way to Central Eastern Europe. Please join me in welcoming our next panel moderator, our policy manager for embodied carbon and lead markets, Irene Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Linda. And I would like to help me welcome our panelists to the stage. First of all, François Bonnet, Secretary General of the Associations of Cities and Regions for Sustainable Resource Management, also known as ACR+. Sabina Strimboshi, a Senior Researcher at Energy Policy Group, a Romanian think tank. And last but not least, Tora Liefland, Head of Public Affairs at Volvo Construction Equipment. So I think we were set up very well by MEP Sala on the importance of fleet markets, which is, I think, a common denominator and perhaps both a carrot and a stick. So as also my colleague Linda was mentioning, it has become clear to everyone that if we want to decarbonize the various sectors of the European economy, such as construction and buildings, we need to get all the pieces right for the sake of competitiveness and resilience as much as climate. We need a clearly sufficient supply of low carbon products so that we get the best value for money in public procurement, and manufacturing industries need certainty that there will be enough demand for these decarbonized products. At the same time, we need robust and clear definitions, enabling procurers from all European regions and countries to support the decarbonization and competitiveness objectives. Without further ado, maybe let's start with the first question. Tora, as Linda mentioned, Volvo Construction Equipment is already supplying zero emission machinery, which I think puts you in a unique position to reflect on this. Since one of the key challenges that we see in the machinery sector is the high upfront costs, what do you see as the most important steps to help low carbon products scale, bring costs down, and move beyond the pilot phase?
Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Bellona, for this excellent afternoon. Very happy to be here. Volvo Construction Equipment, for those who are not familiar with the company, we're a manufacturer of yellow machines. So wheel loaders, excavators, haulers. If you're lucky enough to pass road work in the summer, you will see them working across Europe. So we were pretty early in the electrification game. We launched our first fully battery electric machine back in 2019. And I would say at that point, and also already some years ago, we had expected the demand in the market for these machines to be much higher. Today we have 11 fully battery electric different types of machines on the market, from 2 up to 40 tons approximately. But we see that the market is not quite there in line with sort of the Paris commitments that we expected. So we are now in a situation where we would like to scale up and bring costs down, but the market is not quite there. So what do? We look at the success stories, obviously. And we know from customers that have gone from diesel to electric that there is no way back. Electric machines are quieter, they are cleaner, both in terms of CO2, obviously, but also in terms of NOx, air pollution. They provide a better working environment. We did a project with Transport for London earlier this year, and in connection to that, we calculated that on any given day, 5,000 mini diesel excavators are working in London. They emit the same amount of NOx as 100,000 petrol cars. So we have a huge potential for improving urban air quality here. And the machines are also, from a financial point of view, more efficient. There's no idling, etc. So I think what we need to do then, your question, we need to spread the knowledge, for example, of cities that have taken the step. So we have the city of Oslo, for example. They went from 0 to 85% zero emission machinery in the city's own tenders. They did that in 4 years with an additional project cost between 1% to 4%, depending on grid access. We have another city in Östersund in the north of Sweden. They built a preschool using zero emission machines. This was during winter in sub-zero temperatures. Additional project cost 5%. And we have city of Stockholm commissioned a big urban redevelopment project in the southern part of the city in an old meatpacking district. They demanded 50% electric machinery. And at this point, they cannot see substantial cost increases because They have increased productivity by using digital solutions, and this is also an effect of going electric, that you plan different and you get productivity gains. So I think what we can learn from these examples, if we really want to scale up and take this across Europe, we need to have mandatory criteria and weighted criteria for environment, like the City of Oslo did. We cannot expect procurement departments or small contractors that are our end customers to carry this change alone. We need political leadership, we need industry leadership. What we can do as a manufacturer, for example, is to talk not just to our customers, but to the customer's customer and spread this knowledge across the value chain. We can offer new business models with rental and leasing to get the high capital investment, the capital cost down for customers, and then the machines remain on our balance sheet. And policymakers, of course, can also make fossil fuels less competitive. They are very competitive still today and do not carry their full cost.
Thank you very much. I think you've mentioned some very enlightening examples, and they concern mostly cities. So I think, Françoise, perhaps you would like to comment on some of the aspects that Tora touched upon, and including what are cities and regions doing already to enable these and procure these green products, and what's missing.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me representing some local authorities, so procurers, because you know that we all speak about the very interesting instrument, the public procurement, but we are not so often invited, including by the EU. So I'm really happy to be here to express a little bit also our concerns. Well, ACR Plus is made of members of, I would say, front runners. So we do not represent all cities and regions in Europe, but we certainly do represent good practices, and we can show that it's possible, but with a lot of efforts, with a lot of political willingness. And it's not always easy because so far it's not always the lowest cost solution. So this is very often, let's say, a political choice, because we try with that to apply the methodology of life cycle costs, so trying really to give an economic value to all externalities, so not on the short term but perspective, but mid-long term. And we have good examples. We have examples about products that we buy, so sustainable product, but also I would say because we know that representing cities and regions, the construction sector is certainly an important part where we can really make a difference in terms of new, innovative products that we use, or the way we construct, and also the way we use the waste that we produce by construction or demolition aspects. So, for example, the three Belgian regions already time ago, they put in place all together, the administration worked together to have, let's say, Belgian standards to help architects and entrepreneurs, to construct and to choose, to have the technical and the standards all over the country, the same standard, to choose the certain product that are more sustainable, or certain way to construct that are more sustainable. In Sweden, we have also example where they had the idea to have an inventory of all the material that they construct, because they had to demolish a school and they could reuse an important part of it. And so it became a procedure now. The same in the Netherlands with the monitoring and the how to for the roads to repair, etc., to have better sustainable product process to those roads. But what is for sure is that it's not all over Europe like that, because we have seen that more than 60% are still based. I mean, the public procurement, I mean the choice, the offers selection are based on the lowest price. So we still a lot to do. Well, I can say a lot about later on the public procurement directive. What I would like also to say is that we try with the Dutch ministry, the Rijkswaterstaat, to also spread knowledge and experience, because we have already very good practice. And as I mentioned before, a political will is also needed. So when you see that your neighbor can do it, maybe you do it again, or you think that you are able to do it also. So this sea-prone project is just a platform when we put all good practices, and we invite you also if you have something to share with us, because it's also like that we can move on.
Thank you so much for those insights. And I think many regions across Europe have been mentioned. We have seen examples from Sweden, from Finland, Norway, and including the Netherlands as well, and the UK. But I think we now would like to invite Savina to speak, who has a great experience in the Central and Eastern European region. So I would love if you could speak about how could green public procurement unlock decarbonization opportunities in the Central Eastern Europe as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Today, we heard a lot about the fact that heavy industry is under pressure due to several factors, due to high energy prices, fluctuating demand, but also competition with non-EU producers. The situation is a bit more challenging in Central and Eastern Europe, where heavy industry is more emission intensive, but it also more economically significant than in the rest of the EU. On top of that, even though decarbonization efforts in this area are undergoing, we see less progress compared to what is happening in the Western Europe, and this is due to tight public budgets, limited institutional capacity, as it was already mentioned, but also because there is a limited political drive to move towards green transition and to commit to complex industrial transformation. Another factor that hinders industry to decarbonize is the lack of clear demand, the lack of market for low emission industrial products. And here we speak about the power of public authorities. At the EU level, public authorities spend around 14% of EU GDP, which is the equivalent of 2 trillion euro. This is even more important when we speak about the decarbonization agenda, because public procurement is responsible for about 10% of emissions. So we can see that public sector has an important leverage in order to incentivize green transition. Due to the fact that public sector is a major consumer of basic materials such as steel, cement, concrete, it has this power to incentivize the industry in this decarbonization process. By changing its consumption patterns and replacing the use and purchase of conventional products, for example, conventional steel, cement, and replacing it with low carbon cement, steel, concrete, public sector has the power to drive this green transition. But yeah, as it was mentioned, because of the fact that green public procurement doesn't have a binding regulatory, and because GPP is by nature voluntarily, we haven't seen much progress across EU member states. One more thing that I would like to add is that these commodities like steel and cement have thin margins, but they require high upfront costs for decarbonization. In this way, by implementing mandatory targets at the national level for green power procurement, the state has the power to incentivize industry to implement complex transformational plans.
Thank you so much. I think we've touched upon many relevant points, including what are the barriers to make this a reality. Perhaps like limiting institutional capacity, the lack of binding requirements, etc. So moving to the more positive side, and maybe thinking about what could be the enablers. Frances, could you tell us a bit about what do public authorities need from the upcoming legislation in order to address the remaining gaps that we see?
Thank you. Well, a lot of things. Now, yes, I think that what is needed is also, and it was mentioned also before from the private sector, is certainty. So with a common set of EU-wide minimum requirements, and maybe starting for the most impactful sectors, such as construction materials, and I know that working are going on, it will certainly help. It will also maybe ease the cross-border procurement, that it's not always easy because we have still complex rules. What is also important for us is within this modification of the directive on public procurement is to enhance also the pre-procurement activities, because it's important for us also, I mean, for the procurers, to understand better the market, and so to have the possibility to analyze the market before publishing the tender. And we have good examples already on that, but it requires capacities and time, and so money. Of course, to have also, simplification of rules, but with key rules also, because we need guidance. And I think that something, a provision easing the joint procurements could be also of help, because with the economy of mass, maybe we can have a better price. This is always le nerf de la guerre, we say it in French. And of course, we need coherence between the different policy at EU level. So I'm happy to be with you today, and we speak a lot about energy, but we work more on material resources, and it's not always compatible. The target we have on the energy perspective and on the material resource and resilience and competitiveness of our industry. Just think about the electric car and what we were facing and we are still facing with critical raw material. So for us, this is also very, very important to have this comprehensive overview of the different strategy and reflect it in the directive. Why not having a regulation instead of a directive to have better certainty for the procurers? And also we need capacities within the public authorities. So we need to dedicate some budget for them. We are analyzing with 7 other network of cities for the time being the next MFF. We are really afraid about that. We are not sure that we will be really a part of this share of the cake. At least a sufficient part to be the actor they would like we should be. And this is really worrying, and especially also about the competitiveness fund. If we speak about public procurement for innovation, and that it's a very important instrument to boost the secondary raw material market, the renewable energy market, etc., etc. Yeah, you have the supply and you have the demand, so you need to help both. And for us, this is really, really important. Last point, and afterwards I give the floor to others. Yeah, I listened to you mandatory provision about certain requirements. For sure, we would like to have this kind of things because it helps to have this certainty. For sure, we think that it's important for our competitiveness to have a European preference. This is an ACR plus position. I'm not sure that all network of cities and regions are on the same line, but we really think that it's important, but we know that it will have a cost. And why not also maybe thinking about when it is convenient to have a proximity principle that we can apply on public procurement. You know, in the waste management, what is my core business, I would say, we have it in the Waste Framework Directive. And at the beginning, when it was thought, I think in the 17th, it was because they wanted to limit the transport cost and environmental impact. And maybe this could be also thought about energy. So for us, it should be analyzed. And about mandatory requirements, okay for the public procurement, but maybe to scale it up faster, also for the private procurement, why not?
A lot of very interesting points raised by Françoise here. And I think maybe, Tora, you would like to comment on some of it, so perhaps on the European preference or what you were mentioning. Can you hear me? Yes. On how to engage as well with you as a manufacturer that has already the success cases as well. How can you engage also further with public authorities in general? So to the question, which sectors, including construction, do you think are key for this lead market creation to address the potential roadblocks, and what are the main opportunities that you see as well in the upcoming legislation?
Right, so maybe no surprise. I see huge potential in construction and infrastructure as lead markets, and the potential is to make these markets cleaner and more productive. From the perspective of construction equipment, of course, we would welcome more mandatory criteria on CO2 emissions, and that's because if you do a life cycle assessment of a diesel machine, 90% of the carbon footprint is from the tailpipe. So that's where we put our efforts. But obviously, I'm listening to Sabrina here. Of course, we also have a huge steel component in our machines, and in the construction sector in general. There's a lot of scope for increasing the demand for fossil-free materials, definitely. I fully agree here on the point on the role of public procurement. We see up until now all the zero-emission construction projects that have taken place and that are up and running in Europe are a consequence or a result, I should say, of public procurement. So public procurement plays a key role here in terms of strategy, in terms of sending a strong signal to the market, and to giving the reassurance to private companies to invest. I think there's an opportunity within the legislation to look at private procurement as well. As you say, Françoise, why not? I'm aware of one grid company in a private company in Sweden demanding zero-emission construction for works on their grid. But I think there's a lot of potential there. Especially if we're going to scale up and normalize electric construction, we need to go beyond public procurement. And then on European preference, and also maybe tagging along to what MEP Aura Sala said before, I think a lead market on on construction here could be an opportunity for European companies to stay competitive globally. We know that China is very successful in developing their battery value chain, leveraging their home market, but also increasingly exporting. And for European companies, like the one I'm representing, but also my peers, for us to stay competitive, we need to scale up our home market, so the EU market.
Thank you very much. Tora has given us a great perspective on the construction side, equipment side. Maybe looking at the materials, Savina, from your experience with the cement and steel sectors, what measures are needed to boost demand for low carbon materials in upcoming legislation?
Well, I think that there is a mix of policies that have to be implemented. First and foremost, we need to define clear labels and standards for green steel, green concrete, based on ambitious decarbonization trajectories, so as to promote innovation, fair competition, but also to be in line with the European Union's climate and circular goals. A second important aspect is related to having in place robust carbon accounting mechanisms, such as ETS, CBAM, so as to incentivize industrial operators to slash their emissions, and this has to be applicable both to EU and non-EU producers. The third thing that it's important to have in place is, of course, to have ambitious green power procurement schemes, but also, as was already mentioned, private procurement initiatives, so as to create strong demand for low emission products, and having in place such mechanisms, we can also reduce the long-term reliance on subsidies. And last but not least, I would say that it's important to make green power procurement as an integral part of other support tools for industrial decarbonizations, such as carbon contracts for difference, blended finance, sustainability-linked loans, in order to have a broad spectrum of instruments that should be applied so as to stimulate heavy industry, especially to transform and decarbonize.
Thank you so much. And you have been very great at managing the time. So I have one last question for all of you. And if you want one thing for the audience to take away from this discussion, what would it be?
Okay, I go first. So I think here what we're discussing is we have the technology. What we need is a mindset shift. And of course, the transition needs to be fair. It will not have the same speed everywhere. But we should also remember there's also a cost of doing nothing.
I would say that let's make all together, so the different actors of the value chain and of course the procurers, make this green public procurement a business case.
I would say that green power procurement is a strategic tool that can unlock significant decarbonization opportunities. So far, it has not been used at its full potential, but I think that if, and in the context of the ongoing revision of the public procurement directives, and in the context of the upcoming Industrial Accelerator Act, we hope to see more clarity and more opportunities to come.
Thank you so much. Now it's time for questions from the audience.
More a comment than a question. First of all, thank you, because you have shown that there are good examples of public authorities able to source, or private companies able to source green materials. I'm representing the steel industry today, Stefan from ArcelorMittal. Unfortunately, without mandatory targets, that will not fly for several reasons. And the first one I would like to highlight, you did not mention that today, is that public procurement, it's taxpayers' money. So it's money which has been made on the added value of European workers. It's maybe better to pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% more, but keeping the money within the European economy than subsidizing economies of other countries. I can give you the examples. There are 2 buildings in Brussels being built for the European authorities. They have no requirement of sustainable materials. They have no requirements of EU production. So we are, with European taxpayers' money, subsidizing economies which are today our enemies. So thanks for your very good examples.
I could not agree with you. I mean, yeah, for sure. But I can tell you that it's a fight. I mean, this European preference. Asia Plus is expert for DG GROW, this ad hoc working group on public procurement. And because we think we are stronger, we all like that. We always consult other networks of cities here in Brussels before going to the meeting, even if we are the only one attending the meeting. And I can tell you that it's really difficult to have this as a common basis. We advocate for it. What we have tried now for sure, and I think this should be for sure, is that if you do not have this, I mean, you do not follow this criteria, if it's not mandatory, at least you have an obligation to justify why. So that for European preference or for green choice. But hopefully we will reach more mandatory provisions. Not sure.
Yeah, I would agree, and I would maybe add that any European preference criteria should indeed be tied to the environmental criteria. Otherwise, we risk locking in unsustainable production in Europe as well. I don't know if we have any questions from the audience. Otherwise, we can end early this session, so maybe we'll have time more for networking later on. So thank you very much.
Okay, hello back again. So wrapping up, I would say that we understood that upcoming policies should make mandatory criteria quite at the core. It's also interesting the fact that we talked about the need to consider the needs of different type of authorities at different levels of governance. I think this is really important, and that there's the need for a mind shift and maybe to start looking into private procurement. Now, I want to thank again the panelists for being here with us today and for their great insights. Now, before we move to our final panel of the day, we're excited to give you a sneak peek at the upcoming CCS ladder report update that Bellona has been developing in collaboration with E3G. To present this update, please welcome my colleague, Georg Kobiela, a policy lead at Bellona Deutschland.
Thank you so much, Linda. Okay, this will become a little bit technical, but I guess it's a tech-savvy audience, so I'm not too concerned about this. The whole project was started a few years back. Bellona, E3G, and some independent authors. And it received quite some echo, I would say. So this motivated us to also do this update of the whole piece. So this jumped a bit quickly. Okay. So basically this is a bit of a pre-publication peak, so stay tuned. Along fall, we will release the full report on it. We're still busy with the write-up, but this also means that we're still happy and keen to get reflections on it. So please contact us whenever you deem this useful from your behalf. So what I will present is a little bit on where the letter was standing beforehand, but also what we changed about it. We will spend a little bit of time on the actual result of the piece, but I think that will truly be the thing where it's most useful to then have the actual report on hand to dive into those details. But we will also spend a little bit of time on how to interpret the whole thing and what to conclude from it. So the original letter basically was done for providing nuance to the debate. Typically, it's in a lot of fields, it's a quite polarized thing. So you're either for or against it, kind of in a more public perception. And there's not exactly so much differentiation in that. Actually, not all CCS is the same, but there are different applications. In some fields, it makes way more sense than in others. In some fields, focusing too strongly on CCS might hinder some of the alternatives. In other fields, it's the essential puzzle piece to actually make transformation happen. And also other things won't happen without the option of CCS in the whole thing. It's a conversation starter, this piece, because it's a mixture of granularity. You don't have all the details in there, but sufficient to actually then dive a bit further into specific things. We always had this disclaimer in front, and it typically got ignored on it, that we don't, with this letter, say, CCS shall only happen on this specific thing and not on the others. And we also are not saying with this that on all the sides of applications that are on top of the ladder, CCS is the best case. And not on all the stuff that's further down, it's a bad case. But it's still, there is context specificity, and there are specifics on the surrounding, on that location in there. But something we also brought in is CCS changes over time. And that's why we typically work with 2 time slices, and we still do this, because that is also something that was truly lacking from the debate on each technology in the whole set of climate action has different usages throughout time, depending on how infrastructure is developed, how alternatives are developed. That is something that's often missing in the conversation. So we had quite some resonance in this, and my favorite quote on it was that I think some researcher called it diabolically clever to enter the conversation with this. But also there were resonances of looking at it in the US, in the China case. So let's see where this is leading further. But we also want to keep the methodology and the list of applications updated, even though we will never capture all applications, as CCS is never capturing all CO2 molecules. So what we did is, on the one side, we changed a bit the influence of specific criteria. We have these 4 criteria in the letter originally so it's a competition from alternative technologies, both on the side of how like which products are produced and are there alternatives, but also whether it's possible to change the processes or to electrify the processes or to generate electricity by renewables and so on. Then the mitigation potential, both on a sectoral level, but also on a site-specific aspect, and the feasibility of carbon capture. If it's very dispersed through the countryside, it's much harder to do these things. If the flue gas concentration is disfavorable, it's much harder to do, and so on. It's walking into this thing. It's kind of the most cost-related aspect in the ladder. And as a 4th criteria, we used to have this criteria of the source of CO2, whether it's biogenic, whether it's fossil, whether it's this weird thing of basically technospheric CO2, so the stuff that's waste. Like, where do you place it? And actually, this criteria caused quite some conundrums in various fields. And it also does not answer the question of, yeah, but it's a concentrated CO2 source, so why do you treat it differently? And because of all these conversations in there, we actually decided to drop that criteria in the new letter, but we rather have a double weight on the criteria of competition from alternative technologies. So if there is something better in the mix than doing CCS, yes, let's go for this. And kind of having a bit of a reframing therefore in that regard. But it's always a question, is there truly something more promising and better in the mix? The list of applications also changed a bit. So we dropped, the colors changed in an interesting way. Sorry for the eye cancer here. So we dropped some stuff, mostly the biomass or mainly biomass centered applications. Stay tuned, we will work on that in the future and in a separate thing. Cannot promise when, but we will do. Because of the sourcing of biomass is so different in so many different fields. We also had some other stuff taken out or moved at different things, but we also did a bit more differentiation in some of the fields. So waste incineration is now 3 different types of incineration. Gas-fired power is also 3 separate things. And they changed really drastically over time in the thing. But also we had new additions, so steam generation in 2 different ways in the whole thing. So a lot of it has to do with process heat. And also some fossil aspects, meaning fossil gas extraction and the processing in there. Not exactly the most juicy part maybe, but also where CCS is currently truly happening. So we need to talk about it. So this is the first glimpse in what we call the heat map on it. So all the different applications in all the criteria in the 2 time slices. So actually, that would be the thing where it's much better to look at than in the letter, because here you have a lot more of the details. And actually behind each number, there's a longer reasoning, which will also be done in the way how we envision to publicize it. This will also be visible in there. And from this, basically, this letter derives. So this is the 2030 CCS letter, how we envision it. And the interesting part in this is also where things will change in the future. So there are a lot of applications actually that when we look from 2030 to 2050 will actually quite go down in terms of the climate value, which is sort of the y-axis in this. High up there, probably higher climate value, lower down, lower climate value. We don't talk about specific policy instruments or where public money should go there. I'll come back to this a bit later. But this is basically, okay, here we see the most interesting climate things. So a lot of it will go down. There are some things that will stay the same. So a lot of the stuff is actually the mineral treatment. I'll come back to this. But also some of the stuff that's really low down stays low down. And there is actually only chemical recycling, which we found that will, in those applications we looked at, will probably increase in climate value here. And when we jump to the 2050 ladder, we have it a bit higher up in there. Also in the 2050 we included electrified kilns in cement, because they are not there. We don't think they are really around in 2030, so it didn't make sense to rate them there. But if they are around, they probably are high up. What are general takeaways from this thing? So it considerably varies over time. Non-metallic minerals are clearly something that's quite high up on the thing, so lime and cement. power applications typically are quite low, and it's actually a worsening business case for CCS over time even. Keep in mind, there might always be a specific plant at a specific site where things might look differently, but typically they are drastically increasing by having ever more of the Energiewende. And blue hydrogen is a specific case, especially the SMR case, where probably in the short term it makes a lot of sense. In the long term, it's a bit more of a tricky beast, and also really depending on what your visions are on how green hydrogen may or may not take up in pace. Also, quite important and always to mention, prioritization and sequencing is not the same thing. So even if something might not be the highest list in your priority, because things take time, better start with it anyways. Yeah, that's kind of the conclusion here from this. So don't wait for things, don't do the wait and see, oh, maybe we could do the alternatives. Rather learn from it along the way. And also feasibility, kind of where it is easy to do CCS is really not the same thing as where it's most necessary. So don't focus on low-hanging fruits in itself. It's also why we didn't only look at where is it the cheaper part, but also why a lot of the funding schemes for CCS that typically are more in this negative auction thing without an additional strategic components are in a way a bit flawed. Because you always have to ask, where is CCS also the most necessary to have an overall transition in the whole piece? It's a bit of the Kennedy quote paraphrased of, don't do it where it's easy, but maybe even where it is hard, but at least where it is needed. Also look when you design policies, not only at the immediate part, but also on the long-term part. And maybe like if you want to plan a network, you rather look at the longer-term vision and think, okay, that's probably rather where the big pipelines should go. Even though you might want to connect things that are on the shorter time scale highly relevant, you might want to connect them on along the way, even though they might vanish over time. And also, kind of the last point of even at those places where you say, okay, here maybe public money should not go as adamantly in, you still have to hold the application, the feet of the applications to the fire, so to say, to push them to get climate neutral. It might be via CCS, it might be via other things, but having the instrument on the table always kind of says there is an option. So do something along the way. Also, a specific ranking on the ladder at a specific place does not mean that it's the same policy mix, even though, let's say, we have lime production and fossil gas power. It ranks slightly different, but it's very different beasts in terms of the policies that you would envision on this. So on the one side, it's clearly a case where because you have more the smaller companies, you might have a bit more the limited technical know-how, a bit further from the CO2 storage side, but there's actually not exactly a lot of alternatives how they could decarbonize. So it's a better case probably for at least some public support, maybe a bit more of public support, so that's more of the focus there. While for a fossil gas producer, even though CCS on the short term is probably a quite important element in there, at least with sour gas production, it's well capitalized. It's central. It's quite centralized, and and overall, you will not be able to kind of make the whole value chain climate neutral by just doing CCS there at that point. But overall, it's definitely a place where you probably would rather say you mandate it in some kind of way, but you will not throw money on it. So happy to have a bit of a discussion and question. Happy to pull up some technical backup slides about the whole thing. I think we still have a few minutes, but not an excessive amount of time. And also maybe as a little advertisement, we will do an expert deep dive sometime along October, where we are happy to have also a few more people in the conversation, probably digitally then. Yeah, questions, always happy.
All right, I am quite pleased to see the lime sector in the top of your analysis, because I'm the Secretary General of the European Lime Association. So just a question for you, into that process, have you approached the idea of having a clear definition of what is an hard-to-abate sector first, as a prioritization tool, and a clear definition as well of what could be an avoidable process emission, to understand where we can, assess the potential, which is a word that can be used by some of the panelists in the previous discussions, of each of the industrial processes?
If I try to paraphrase so to make sure I understood the question right, whether we have a definition of hard to abate. But actually, in a way, we don't have a clear-cut definition, because we have the feasibility as one criteria in the part. And the alternatives as one criteria, and in both things, the feasibility is more the feasibility within the CCS, like how easy it is to do CCS. The question of the alternatives is the part of where we actually rather rate how hard it is to abate, maybe, but we don't have a binary system of, oh, here it is almost impossible, and here it is easy, and we have done a black and white thing. It's a gradual thing, and in a way, I think it would even be unfortunate if one were to define one set of sectors that is hard to abate, and therefore it's only CCS and nothing else in a bit of the blunt framing, and in all the other things, just other things should happen, and CCS is totally off the table. I think it's not exactly a helpful thing. I think it's helpful to keep it contested along the next decades. The other half of the question, can you come with this?
Related to it, I mean, unavoidable process emission. How are you going to use this as a prioritization?
In a way, yes, because it directly goes into this, because the more heavy you are on process emissions, the harder it is to find alternatives there. So yes, this directly goes in there clearly.
Thank you. Hi. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on how you did with the methodology when you were evaluating it. So you dropped one element, I'm sorry, I don't remember which one, but then the three elements, how they are calculated. I feel you didn't go into this.
Sure.
And sorry, I'm Liu from Future Cleantech Architects.
Nice to meet you. I think we actually even once presented some of the latter on your Cleantech conference a few years back. We actually had a bit of a subset of a set of sub-criteria behind each of the criteria, and we still have the sort of the old version of the letter online on the website of E3G, it's even with a lot of the reasonings behind this, the individual ratings. We had a rating scale from 1 till 5 for each criteria, for each application. A high rating is, so to say, the rating more in favor of doing CCS there. The low rating is nah, rather don't. In each of these criteria. And there's obviously always a bit of a heuristic and rule of thumb in there, but we try to place it as well as possible on studies. Partly we did also in-depth conversations with specific industries on it, or to kind of have a review process. And yeah, probably that's the short answer on it. It's probably helpful to look at sort of this online version to see how we did it. This rating that then goes kind of into that heat map part here. Maybe that's more of the reasonable answer than the other part.
Thank you. Kerry Vincent, CO2 GNet. Thank you for an interesting presentation. You mentioned that you spoke with a number of industries. Where did you find the warmest welcome for CCS?
Well, I would say typically in the conversations with incinerators and with the cement and lime industry, because they are those sectors that often also in a lot of the political debates are also more considered as the classic hard to abate. And they were sort of like also in the when we came up with the first presentation of the first letter, they were quite happy to see it in this way. While obviously those that are a bit midfield or a bit further down the row, we had some good conversation with them, and typically they accepted that we had sort of this nuanced rating in the overall process. We also had some pushbacks, let's say, by organizations that work hard on the alternative side on specific of these aspects. Let's say, do we truly need so many waste incinerators? Can't we just push way more heavily on recycling, getting rid of the amount of waste? And where our assessment is, yes, sure, let's do all of this. Let's try to be as bullish as possible with all the instruments that provide alternatives. But we can't count on it that all of this will that fully happen. So it's always a bit of this nuance in the piece that we can't be too optimistic with this thing. Kind of the ladder we do here is not necessarily the ladder we want to see. So in case there is no extra question right here now, also feel free to approach me later on along the conference, and I guess I'll hand back to Linda.
Well, thank you, Georg, for this important presentation, and also to setting the stage for our fourth and final panel for the day. We will indeed continue on a related topic as the next panelists will explore barriers and opportunities in developing CO2, large-scale CO2 transport and storage infrastructure. This discussion will touch on key regulatory needs, financing opportunities, and the availability of data on prospective geological CO2 storage sites. After this panel, we will hear the closing remarks of Jonas Helseth, the director of Bellona Europa, who will reflect on today's discussion and share his final thoughts as we wrap up this conference. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming the last moderator of this conference. Temi Kunda, Senior Policy Advisor for Carbon Capture and Storage.
Thanks, Linda. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, so we're going from a focus on emitters and capture opportunities to one looking at CO2 transport and storage, a crucial element in establishing CCS value chains. I'm really happy we have a really great lineup of panelists today with a huge amount of knowledge and hand-on experience in actually developing policy for CO2 transport and storage. So firstly, I'd like to welcome Kerry Vincent, and I'm going to give everyone a running introduction as you approach the stage. So since 2019, Kerry has been president of CO2 GeoNet, the European Network of Excellence on Geological Storage of CO2. When Kerry's not being the president of CO2 GeoNet, she's a senior scientist at the British Geological Survey. Welcome, Kerry. Thanks. Next, Dr. Daniel Kicha, who is Investment Policy Officer at the Low Carbon Solutions team of DG Klima. Daniel's responsibilities include implementation of the EU Geological Storage Directive, as well as the EU Storage Capacity Target, the net zero, as part of the Net Zero Industry Act. Another doctor, Dr. Niels Berghout, Senior Policy Advisor at the Sustainable Industry Department at the Dutch Ministry of Climate and Clean Growth. Niels is responsible for developing and managing policies to enable industrial decarbonisation of the Dutch industry with a focus on CCS. And finally, Lucas Maurer, Industrial Climate Policy Officer at the Energy and Climate Agency of Flanders. Lucas is involved in the implementation of the Flemish climate legislation, CCS policy developments, and the formulation of policy decisions at Flemish, Belgium, and European levels. So we're lucky to be the one panel with 4 panelists, so shouldn't be any excuses for really interesting conversation. So I think I want to maybe start, Kerry. You must be really happy because I think for a long time we've been calling for more focus on CO2 storage. I think since 2016, I think Bellona's had a paper on what was called bankable storage, so actually getting storage ready. And now we can actually see policies being enacted to actually achieve that. You must be happy. How important are these kinds of like Net Zero Industry Act and also the potential emergence of a CO2 storage atlas? How important are these developments for CCS in Europe?
So I will say that some time ago, the UK government described data as the new raw material for the 21st century, and I think I support that entirely. So policies such as the Net Zero Industry Act are absolutely critical because without the data, we cannot do the work. So for us, Net Zero Industry Act means not only clear targets, but it also means data release. And for the UK, we're very fortunate to have lots of data for the research. And for us as researchers, we think we play a critical part in implementing CCS because we start off the ideas, we do the things that take a lot of time, that take energy, and we highlight the opportunities. And I think that's a fundamental role researchers can play. Then as things develop, we see our role as answering the next questions. And with this, we see the data, the clarity that we bring with all of that new information and the opportunity to develop a pan-European atlas using all of the wonderful data that I'm sure will be released through the Net Zero Industry Act. So we've been building a European atlas for a very long time, and we draw together national experience, national experts, and we need that data, we need those targets. I will just say that you're right, I'm very, very happy. I've been working on CO2 storage for nearly 25 years now. And when we started, I knew pretty much every face, every name, every storage site, because there were so few. And now the community has grown hugely. We started to talk to people who are not subsurface geoscientists. So it's fantastic to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And it's great to have the policies that support data release that as CO2 GeoNet we've been advocating for a very long time.
I'll move to Daniel now. Some might say that you've been involved to a certain extent on the Net Zero Industry Act. And I think, so maybe for some who are not aware, the Net Zero Industry Act is it's a broader piece of regulation, but particularly for CO2 storage, it has an article which places an obligation on EU oil and gas operators that produced oil and gas between 2020 and 2024 to actually go ahead and develop operational CO2 storage injection capacity of a total of 50 million tons per year. Daniel, can you give us an update where we are on the implementation process of the Net Zero Industry Act?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Thank you, Tom, and good afternoon, everyone. I see that some of you have, after a very interesting afternoon, still stick. That's what CO2 needs to do, permanently underground, not in the atmosphere. I was thinking about the letter when I was just listening to Georg's presentation, and it is not 1.5 years ago that the Commission acknowledged that carbon capture and storage is part of our goal to net zero in 2050. And it was at the time when the impact assessment to the now debated 2040 target was also presented. And since then, we are very busy on implementing this. I would say, on the one hand, I work in the unit of DG Klima, one of the units in Alex Paco's directorate, by the way, who runs the Innovation Fund. We have invested around 5 billion euros into companies that are maybe somewhere on your letter, but ensure that they want to capture CO2. And they find that capturing CO2 and then finding storage, finding transport is not a cheap thing to do. So still they want to do this. And so that's an important point for us because we have seen very good news this year. Lately, Northern Lights injected the first industrial CO2 into the ground this summer. Also, one of our Innovation Fund supported capture plants has taken an FID in order to also store in Northern Lights. Now we see, okay, with public support, this works. I think the next step is to find a market, and that's where the Net Zero Industry Act comes in. We are currently assessing the first reports from the obligated entities, where we received a lot of confidential information that we cannot easily share as we had hoped. But there will be a report. So the next step in implementation is very much for us to come with a progress report on the implementation of NZIA. This autumn, and I think the question really is, can we together find a business case for this kind of value chain or CO2 disposal chain? And this is a business case which looks very much different from what oil and gas companies are used to when they extract fossil fuels. Nevertheless, we took the learning basically that we cannot hope to have a storage industry if we cannot leverage the expertise that these companies have in subsoil matters. And that's where what we're currently trying to do and comes together with what Kerry was saying. There has been a lot of data been generated by looking for fossil fuels. This data now has to become available for future investors. And indeed, these companies that we have also identified in July, 44 oil and gas companies, have to see where they can create storage sites. And since they are companies, they need business, they need customers for it. So that's also a call to the industry. If you think you want to capture CO2, let yourself known to the member states, because the member states also have given us their insights already in December last year in terms of the necessity for capturing CO2 in their economies. And so that's all going to be sort of summarized in a Commission report to Council and Parliament before the year ends. And it's a big bunch of data, but it is something which was not there 1.5 years ago when we published the communication. So maybe I stop here for the moment.
That's great. Thanks, Daniel. No, that's really, really interesting. Just to move briefly away from storage and go a little bit further upstream, you could say, I wanted to talk with Niels and Lucas about CO2 transport and CO2 transport regulation. Maybe Niels, to start with yourself, the Netherlands has been considered a front runner in terms of CCS deployment. Of course, you've got the Porthos project, which is under construction, and hopefully the Aramis project will follow later towards in a few years, hopefully sooner. So I think one of the things in the Netherlands is that CO2 transport was always supposed to be easy, right? It was always supposed to be the easy part of the chain. But I think that, you know, Porthos has gone ahead, but you also, along the way, experienced some issues around the organizational and management of these CO2 transport networks, particularly when they had like multiple users and potentially multiple stores connected to them. And I understand that actually the Dutch government commissioned a report to look at whether or not CO2 regulation or enhanced regulation could be necessary, and then that you were actually part of a task force or led a task force that implemented some of these recommendations. So I wondered if you could perhaps explain a bit about the process, what were some of these recommendations, and how does that fit into sort of the upcoming proposal for an EU regulatory framework for transport?
Thank you very much, Tom. So yeah, the mic is working. So good afternoon, everyone, and thanks first of all for the invitation. Really glad to be here. You said Porthos and Aramis. I would like to add another one, Jaren-Sluis-Kil, who's going to capture 800 kilotons of CO2 and store it in Northern Lights as of next year. So I think that's also a big milestone. Yes, it's true. And I think the question you ask is very interesting, Tom, but I think it's important to take one step back and give some background on the business model we have in the Netherlands. So as opposed to the UK, who has a very regulated business model, we have what we call a business-to-business market model in which the government sets the regulatory and financial framework, meaning like a subsidy scheme, support for permitting, etc. And the industry really delivers the projects. You can say a lot about that. You can be in favor or against it, but that's the model we set up. And a couple of years ago, at the request of Parliament, we asked renowned Dutch economist, Professor Mulder, to basically review this model and see if it's adequate and will provide enough certainty to deliver projects on time so as to be able to contribute to the 2030 climate target. So he agreed and he confirmed that this is the right model, especially in the long term, but he also recommended the government to take several temporary measures, if you will, to sort of expedite the development of the CCS market. And one of the things he recommended, and I think that was the thing you were referring to, is to have more active supervision on tariffs, mainly to ensure that tariffs are fair, transparent, and also non-discriminatory, right? All principles that we also see in the CCS directive and that are also enshrined in the Dutch Mining Act. So this is something we try to implement, and I can say more about that. But I think the other thing you were referring to is the task force, and that was really about identifying key risks in the Aramis value chain and how we can mitigate them, identify them, first of all, together with the private parties. So we have a common fact base and a common understanding of what is currently hampering the rollout of these projects and come up with solutions to mitigate these risks. And this is why we decided to take on, as a government, part of the utilization risk in the transport part of the Aramis system. To go back to your question on the tariffs, So we decided to have a more active or proactive role as a government to make sure that emitters also feel that we are safeguarding these principles related to tariffs being fair, transparent, and non-discriminatory. And we're trying to formalize this supervision by coming up with additional rules. Unfortunately, things take quite long in national governments to develop, so we're still working on this. And by doing so, we will also make sure that it doesn't conflict with the upcoming regulatory package coming from the Commission. I think it's also good to mention that because we work so closely together with industry and we have insight in their business models, we know that they are not getting excessive profits, and tariffs are kind of reasonable. So, yeah. So let's stop here and give some time.
That's great.
To
Thanks a lot. And that's really useful, that the market-based model. And I think that the Netherlands and the Flemish region are neighbours, but your approach to a regulatory framework is somewhat different, and that's why really great to have Lucas on the panel, because I think in a real short period of time, the Flemish government put quite a stringent regulatory framework, you could say, quite a hands-on approach to actually, well, I'll let you explain, but like really picking who could actually operate CO2 transport pipelines. And I just wanted you, if you could just briefly sort of explain where did the emphasis on this more hands-on approach come from? That would be great to understand. What risks did you see in the market?
My favorite question. No, thank you, Tom. Also very happy to be here and to present a bit what we are doing in Flanders. So maybe also to take a little step back, first to emphasize a little bit what the situation surrounding CCS is in Flanders. We have a lot of industry in Flanders, especially in the port areas of Antwerp and Ghent, chemical industry, steel industry. In Bellona, there's a lot of cement industry. So Belgium is also very small, so you have this very clustered kind of emissions, which lend itself quite well to develop CO2 transport, you would think. But of course, on the other side of the coin, we do not have proven storage capacity. And therefore, we are by definition, if we want to set up a CCS value chain, obliged to look beyond our borders and set up a cross-border value chain. I think this is really one of the key aspects why the focus on setting up this CO2 transport package and legislation has been so strong, because we really need to have clear rules in this regard, as we will always be dependent on setting up these cross-border connections. Why we have chosen this more regulated approach than the business-to-business approach in the Netherlands. There are a few reasons. I think the most important one, beyond the situation, let's say, on CCS, is that we saw and we expected a tendency for a natural monopoly for the transport of CO2 by pipelines, importantly. All our legislation is, for the most part, focused on the transport of CO2 through pipelines, not other modes of transport. But this tendency, which was also confirmed by a study that was carried out when we were setting up the framework, really kind of guided our approach, as also through consultations with our industry, we really got the feedback and the direction that we should move towards a more regulated model, where there are rules in place to ensure that the operator of the CO2 transport network, which again was expected to be a natural monopoly, would actually be beneficial for all of our industry and for all of the companies which are involved in CCS. And so therefore, we set out to do this, and how our legislation is set up is that it defines different types of CO2 transport infrastructure for which different types of rules apply. And so the main types of infrastructure are the Flemish regional transport network, which in principles covers the whole Flemish area. Then you have local clusters, which are for a geographically defined area where they can aggregate more local volumes. Then you have the terminals, and you have some type of CCU network that is also defined, and to all of these different rules kind of apply. I think this is also important to note, as it really structures the discussion and you say we are very strict, which in some senses we are, but in others we are not as much, I would say. I think it's quite a nuanced discussion. Maybe it should just give the most important examples. So the Flemish Regional Transport Network, there we work with a system of a designated operator where there's a designation procedure to designate one specific operator who will have the monopoly of that network. But in turn, there are quite some rules which are associated with that. For example, regarding the approval of the tariff regime that is being set up, the technical rules which apply to get access to the transport network. They also have to establish a network development plan every 2 years with quite some details on what investments they foresee, how they think the networks should set up. And all of these elements, we think, will really contribute to create transparency towards the emitters and also certainty for them of what will the network look like, what are the conditions under which we can get access to it. All, of course, with the reasoning behind it, with the purpose to create a fair and transparent market where there is no discrimination. But at the same time, for example, for the terminals, the rules are much less strict. There is a negotiated TPA regime. And we also often get the question actually from our industry, oh, but this aspect or this aspect related to how the network will develop, shouldn't you also have a role in that as a government? Shouldn't you coordinate even more? So in a way, ironically, you could say we have a strict regulation, but we also get questions to do more sometimes. So I think it's a bit nuanced how we need to perceive this.
That's yeah, really interesting. That's a really good explanation, clear explanation. Thank you. Thanks, Lucas. Maybe just to stick with the topic of transport before we go back to storage, for sure. There is a upcoming public consultation led by DG ENA on a potential proposal for an EU-wide regulatory approach to CO2 transport. And I understand, Daniel, you could say a few words potentially, maybe some sneak peeks. We like sneak peeks at Bellona. On what may be in this public consultation, which we expect to launch either today or any day very soon.
Yeah, that's correct. I double-checked with my colleagues in ENER. It's any day now. That means there are internal processes in the Commission when something is sent to public consultation, it needs to go through. I think most of you, if you are interested in that specific topic, you would have seen what we call the call for evidence, which is a short paper. And many have also already submitted their views to this. So it is, I think, all the topics that you just mentioned will be part of questions. And if I remember correctly, most, if not all of the questions also will have still a box where you can say what you want to say if the answer possibilities are not the ones you want to do. So that's important. I think it was also usefully mentioned that indeed the CCS directive is there. It has in Article 21, which already says there needs to be access, fair access. It also says that, for instance, operators need to build extra capacities if the customers would be willing to pay for that. All of this, of course, doesn't talk about tariffs. So that will be one question. Is there a need for looking into tariffs? And then, as also very helpfully Lucas was already very precisely underlining, from what we know, thanks to the work of CO2 GeoNet and thanks to what we know about emitters in Europe, where we have also a very good map where they are, because we know them as emitters. This is not necessarily a national problem. It's a cross-border problem already in the European Union. Storage capacities are maybe distributed not necessarily right where the emitters are, sometimes yes, sometimes not. And often there might be cross-border transactions needed with CO2. And then as we also hear from the projects that are now on the front line developing these installations, emitting CO2 into the atmosphere is much easier than capturing it and transporting it to another place, basically. Even if that place is right in front of you in your port location, or even worse, if you are not very close to any port and any North Sea ports in particular. This is a very interesting, going to be a very interesting process because indeed we have not only the two models here, we also have a transport law in Denmark already. We have a law in preparation in Greece on these topics. We have a very interesting example in the UK, at least in one cluster, where the government has done a lot of work on putting also details into this. I would have to say, when I look at this, I always come back to the same issue because we need to sort of do some forward planning of these infrastructures. We need to do some forward planning somehow together in the European Union because these will be cross-border infrastructures. We have some experience with projects of common interest and projects of mutual interest under energy infrastructures, and also they can be CO2 infrastructures. But in the end, I strived it a bit in the beginning. It's a disposal chain. So you need to know the end point of the CO2 in order to design a transport network. Yes, there will be some CO2, CCU, and eventually maybe not all of the CO2 that is captured in the first decade will ever be captured forever, and so on. So I think the work that we're doing, or we have put money on the table to support with a CO2 storage atlas, will be very crucial. And I think for me, this is an important aspect to be kept in mind. So how can we bring more transparency into the future of this market? Where are the customers? Where are the suppliers? The way you look at it, you can look from both sides. And that needs to inform the planning purpose for the infrastructures. And to organize this on the European scale will be a fascinating riddle to solve from our colleagues in DG Energy.
Thanks very much, Daniel. I'm now going to come back to Kerry on the storage side of things. Obviously, we've discussed storage. I actually have two questions, but I think I only have time for one. So I've got a question on storage capacity, or I've got a question on knowledge sharing, and you can choose.
You ask your question.
Okay. Okay. Well, I just wanted to obviously maybe to dive a bit deeper into the role of CO2 GeoNet. I know you've built up of lots of the geological surveys from all across Europe, and I think we can all agree we need storage space, not just in the North Sea, not just in Norway, but we need it also right across the EU. And I don't know exactly how many geological surveys in a CO2 GeoNet, but I feel like you have a lot of potential in your organization to allow some of this knowledge exchange, things on like permit evaluations, how to actually get these storage sites ready, how to actually evaluate the permit applications. Could you maybe say a little bit about, CO2 GeoNet and how you could play a role in fulfilling this knowledge sharing activity?
Thank you. So CO2 GeoNet brings together 27 research institutes from 20 countries. And I'll just say we bring together not just the national geological surveys, but we bring together centres of excellence on CO2 storage, be that the National Research Centre, universities, or other actors that are focused on research, focused on how we can develop storage capacity in Europe. We think knowledge sharing and capacity building is absolutely essential, because we see that there's a need for a massive scale up of the CCS industry. And that means we need the future scientists. We need not just the people working now, but we need many, many more. And that knowledge sharing is crucial. So from CO2 GeoNet, one of our key activities is to share what we know and to encourage transparency and knowledge sharing. So we think about, for example, through our open forum, we bring together policymakers, decision makers, economists, financiers, insurance investors. We try to bring together the community to talk about CO2 storage. What do we need? What do we have left to do? And I'm just going to throw in there a little bit about capacity as well. Mm-hmm. So we have what we call storage readiness levels, which helps us understand what's left to do. And I think the Net Zero Industry Act is also important in this aspect, in terms of all this data that's going to be released, is going to be analysed, and then we will see where the gaps are. Where do we need more data? Where do we need to do more work on the storage opportunities? through the atlas we already have over 1,000 potential stores identified. We look at those, we see so much opportunity, and that's just with the data that we have now. And with more data, we will find more opportunities which can be developed. And I think understanding what we have, how far we've come, is critical, because as scientists, we tend to focus on what's left to do. But we also need to think about the next stages of development. We need more capacity, more opportunities, more science. We need to be able to provide the information that allows for informed policy decisions and to tell you where the opportunities are and what you need to do in order to develop those. And I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just simply put, that, you know, CCS is not limited by its theoretical storage capacity. It's really about actually getting these storage sites ready, having the permits in place, having the transport infrastructure to access them. But in terms of the actual rock and the rock layers for the foreseeable future, there's no concerns or questions that we shouldn't do CCS because storage space is going to run out.
So I will say that storage space is, of course, not infinite. Nothing is. But we have sufficient capacity to store the emissions that we need to store. It can help us transition to a more sustainable future. It can provide opportunities where we see areas that are really hard to abate. And it can help us develop that future that we really want to see. And I think that's a really nice place to start, is what do we want the future to look like? And we try to develop CCS as one of the key opportunities that we have to reach that sustainable future. And I would also say that it's really important to understand that geology as a natural material is not homogeneous. So it's very important to have that national understanding and expertise, and that's where an institute like CO2GeoNet and the national research institutes come into their own, because we understand our geology, we can talk to you about it, and we can use that to build a bottom-up capacity for Europe. So rather than taking a kind of overall sweeping statement, we start with the detail, and we use that to build a true picture of what CO2 storage can offer.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think we have about 8 minutes left. I'd like to open the floor for questions. Lots of questions.
We can hear you, but
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, now it does work. We are currently working on developing CO2 transport infrastructure cross-border from the Netherlands towards Germany and Belgium. And since Belgium has appointed Fluxys as the new carbon network operator, we wondered if one of the conditions for their operation is that they also have to cooperate with cross-border infrastructure, if it's in a European interest rather than their specific interest.
I guess that's for Lucas, right? Did you get the question?
Yeah, let me nuance first right away, actually. No one has been appointed yet in Flanders.
Wallonia, there were...
Exactly.
Yeah.
In Bellona over the summer, who have a very similar legislative framework to the one in Flanders, where they also work with a designated operator. Fluxys Sigrid was already appointed as the designated operator. But in Flanders, we are not as far yet, even though it should come, the designation decision, quite soon. But it's interesting what you mentioned, because actually, and let me dive a bit deeper on this, is that in Flanders, so we have the main designation procedure for the operator for the Flemish region. But in parallel, there's also a procedure running for a designated operator for the local cluster in Antwerp. And we see actually that a lot of the projects which are moving along the quickest are located in Antwerp. And in principle, according to the spirit of the legislation, it should be the operator of the main transport network who is responsible for developing the cross-border interconnections, as this is really within the main tasks of what they should do. The local cluster is to aggregate volumes in that cluster, but it's up to the main operator in the Flemish region to really transport the CO2 or to develop these cross-border interconnections. of course, when you have, that's a bit what you mentioned, how will Fluxys act, and which interest will what interest will guide them? I think that's a bit the whole point of our framework, that they are not only acting in their self-interest, but that they're kind of obliged to take a broader perspective, where they have to look into what is the best solution from a holistic perspective for the Flemish region, for all of the emitters located in the Flemish region, but also in Wallonia who want to connect, maybe in some other neighboring countries as well. So from the government perspective, the approach we take right now is that we are facilitating any discussions for cross-border interconnections. Storage locations, there is a lot of potential, but operational right now, it's still very few. So in a way, we have to look into every opportunity that we can. And we want not to exclude any potential exit route. And when we also look towards the European legislative framework, which is coming up, what we are really looking for is to create as competitive as possible a market for CO2 transport and storage services, especially in a cross-border perspective, so that you can have kind of a level playing field for countries with and without storage sites, where it's not just, it's in the interest of one operator to make this connection, but where from a more holistic perspective, kind of, okay, we see there are a lot of emitters in this region, they all need storage. What is the best way or ways, multiple, to develop the transport network?
Thanks for that. I think clear answer. Thanks a lot. I saw two more. I saw a lady over here. I'm going to give her my mic, and then we'll try and get two more questions in.
Thank you. Liselott Jensen from the European Parliament Research Service. Very insightful discussion you've had. Thank you very much. I have a question which is both for the national experiences and regional experiences, but will probably end up at the Commission as well. I was recently at an event that was very much industry focused on CCUS, where they discussed a lot about investment decisions, and well, basically that turned out to be a risk discussion. So I was wondering, because one of the things that kept coming up was this linkage between the demand and their desire to actually go into this direction, and the policy networks at European level, mostly the ETS. So they mentioned a lot of worries about the double penalty in case there are issues in the infrastructure. So I wanted to see now the Dutch case, we have you sort it out and make it work, and we will make sure that you're not doing something you're not supposed to do. And the more hands-on ownership on more, from what I understood, to characterize a bit. So is this something that you have dealt with, that you've discussed with industry, either in the Netherlands or in the Flemish region? And then also just for the Commission, whether it's something in the whole EU perspective for the CO2 infrastructure in combination with the EU ETS review. Is there any looking at insurances for industry on their investments into this area and the existing risk that they might still end up having to pay ETS in case they're blocked on putting their CO2 into the infrastructure? Thank you very much.
Thanks. So I think it seems, in short, really about cross-chain risk. So is there any approaches to cross-chain risk potentially for these CCS value chains? And maybe Niels, if you could brief answer, and then Daniel, a brief answer, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm happy with that question, actually, because this was one of the biggest risks that were identified in this task force that we had with both public and private parties. Emitters saying that, what if the downstream infrastructure TRIPS is not available? We are exposed to paying the EU ETS, and we don't receive subsidy from the government. And we see this problem, this risk, also in other countries. I guess this is a question for the Commission. I do see the problem with getting a waiver in place, or emitters not having to temporarily pay the EU ETS, because it would undermine the whole system. but it is a key risk that is currently hampering emitters from taking FID. So we do what we can as national governments, for instance, taking on utilization risk, dealing with all kind of other kind of risks, but this is a very tricky one. But maybe Daniel has something to say about it as well.
Be my guest, Daniel, be my guest.
Yeah, no, thanks. It's a very important question. I think in general, I'm always quite reluctant in public situations to talk about risks of CCS because then people think it's risk of leakages from storage sites. And that's where we don't see a lot of risks. What we do see is that there is new combinations of partners that need to trust each other being created. So a storage operator needs to trust the emitter needs to trust the pipeline operator, and vice versa. And there is no sort of industry example to go by where you say, okay, there it has worked for 20 years, so let's be calm about it. So it's new ground between new partners who will, in the end, very much rely on each other, basically. And that's exactly sort of concretized most vividly with the ETS double penalty risks that you mentioned, which is indeed, if I sign a contract with my pipeline and my storage operator with a 99% reliability rate, then I have 1% of my emissions that might not actually be taken on by them, and I have to vent those. And that's an issue which, in a way, is a good sign because we are already at that stage where these things are discussed between companies. So it's not anymore just theoretical discussions. However, it's a very valid question. And we know that industry is working on proposals, how that could be dealt with. And we have an institute that we run in DG Klima, which is called Knowledge Sharing Workshops. It's among the projects we fund from the Innovation Fund. And we are lucky because we have storage operators and capture plants. And there is going to be a discussion on exactly that point still this month. And yes, it's a very important point that needs to be made available to, or policymakers need to be made aware of this issue.
That's great. I did see somebody with a burning question, but could you maybe catch up at the reception or something? Because I think we are over, we've passed our time limit. So just before we break up, I'd like to ask the panelists if you would join me at the back near the banner for a quick photo, just the five of us. And then I'd like everybody to give a round of applause to the panelists for today. Thank you.
Hello, this is working. Perfect. All right. It's always a pleasure to be the one who keeps everyone away from the drinks a little bit longer. Pessimism. I hear a lot of rumors about pessimism. I hear a lot of talk about pessimism and, society, in particular in Europe, being extremely pessimistic. Pessimism around industry, pessimism around security, around the future. And that's something we have to take serious. But that brings me also to say, why are we all here? In fact, we have, I think, more people coming to this conference this year than last year. And we have a set of people here from industry, from media, from policymakers. We have the European Parliament represented. We have civil society. We have philanthropy coming to spend the whole afternoon talking about a topic like this, or a set of topics like this. And I think what we're facing is fear. And Aura Sala was talking a bit about the need to bring people along, and bring people along who are exactly, exposed to that fear in society. Opportunity as a word that she used a lot. And I think we heard that also from Alexander Parkodis at the beginning of the conference, when he was talking about the huge sums that we currently spend on fossil imports. And he's talking not least about the $2 trillion market for clean tech in the future. And I think it's really important that we have to highlight the opportunities for society in Europe and in other parts of the world. The point that people are talking a lot about is cost. What is this going to cost us? What is it going to cost society? What is it going to cost industry? And these are numbers. These are big numbers. If you're going to decarbonize any big steel mill or any big industrial site of any sector, the price tag is huge. But we need to turn that conversation into a conversation about investment, because this is an investment for the future. This is not about cost. This is about financing, and that's also something that Alexander was highlighting. How do we get the financing right? The EUA price is currently not enough, but public funding works, and we need to get the market going. So. In the lead market conversation, I think it was Tora from Volvo was talking about a project in Östersund, a company in Östersund, which is going to use zero-emission vehicles, and the increased cost of the project was 5%. Now, if we look at the data that we currently have on what would be the increased cost of decarbonized steel or decarbonized concrete, for public procurement projects, we're looking at one-digit numbers that are even lower than that. We're looking at maybe 2%, maybe 3%. And these are the numbers that we need to get out to society, because that turns the conversation around from a conversation about €1 billion investment here in a plant or whatever, to how can we drive this development in a way that we create opportunities for Europe and for other parts of the world in the clean tech industry in that $2 trillion market in the future. So that's also why I'm really happy to hear that lead market panel talking about private procurement. Why should this only be public procurement? It's true that public procurement is using taxpayers' money, but when we look at those figures, first of all, 2-3%, that is a smaller incremental price than any other requirement in public procurement that I'm aware of today. So these things are important also to get out to private companies and to even consumers. Why should we believe that there is no one who would be willing to pay 2% more if they're building a house and they can use decarbonized materials? I don't believe that. I don't believe that everyone would do it, but I believe that a sufficient amount of people would actually be taking part in that effort if we were able to get awareness and if we were able to get people around the table to have those real conversations. So the grids conversation, really nice to see how important grids is now finally in the European conversation. For years, that was a non-topic. Non-topic because we had hypes that were dominating the energy conversation. We also had, a part of the gas dependency and gas imports that was basically holding us back from talking about grids, talking about real investments in infrastructure. That is the no-brainer if we think about energy efficiency. Now, I am not comfortable with the word energy trilemma. I haven't heard that for a while actually, but now it seems like people are talking about it again. And the reason I'm saying that is trilemma and also dilemma is something that indicates something that's mutually exclusive. And energy security and energy, sustainability and energy prices, they are not mutually exclusive. We need to get this right so that they become part of the deal. And grids is definitely core of that. And we need to stop from running into hypes and actually do the numbers, ask the questions every time people come up with an idea of how we organize energy systems. Ask, what is the energy impact of what you're trying to do in any sector? What is the resource impact? These questions always have to be at the core of policymaking, not only on the EU level, but also in member states. In the CDR conversation, we heard Winston from Heidelberg Material saying there's a priority on absolute emission reductions. That's very encouraging, and we need to have more industry saying that, because we know that there will be some sectors that need to have CDR as a way to compensate some unavoidable emissions. But the amount of current sectors who are thinking and still seem to be banking on that being a real opportunity at some point in the future it really doesn't add up. So everywhere where we can get absolute reductions, that is what we need to do. But then we also talked about, there was a bit of talk about the worry that CCS or CDR and with CCS might be a driver for unsustainable biomass use. And I think that we need to take those concerns seriously. But I think the problem we have today in Europe and in many other parts of the world is that we have biomass policies that drive use of biomass, and where the CO2 is being dumped in the atmosphere, and that CO2 is the same CO2 as any other CO2, is being dumped in the atmosphere and creating a problem for future generations to clean up unless we stop that CO2 from ending up in the atmosphere. That is the challenge we have. And I think that we know biomass is, sustainable biomass is extremely limited. And if we know that, we need to make sure that that biomass is used in the sectors where it really has, where the sectors that really need carbon input. And I think that's why we're also talking about industry here. Industries like the chemical sector, like steel and cement, these are industries that need, well, in particular parts of the chemical sector that need the carbon input for their products. And currently we're using biomass in all kinds of sectors where we don't need that, where we have real alternatives. So I think we need to focus on getting the biomass policies right rather than worrying about, stopping that CO2 from the atmosphere being an additional driver. I don't see that being an issue. We need to keep that in mind when we put in place incentives, but we need to fix the biomass policy, and we need to fix where the biomass is being used, and we need to make sure that the sectors that need carbon actually get that carbon from sustainable sources. Now, it was also very nice, almost touching to hear Alexander talking about the Net Zero Industry Act obligation. I think his wording was, it's an absolute, he said it's really a must to have that obligation on oil and gas companies in order to get CO2 storage available for the industries that need it. And that's really encouraging because we know that without that, we don't actually get the development. We have been hearing oil and gas companies talking about CCS for decades. But the reality is, unless there is an obligation to do CO2 storage, they will always use that equipment for oil and gas exploration, for drilling for petroleum, because that is something that gives them 20% return on investment. And we are not going to organize a model for CCS where CO2 storage gives 20% return on investment to oil and gas industry. That's not the deal. So we need this obligation because that creates trust. Now, in the CCS panel, I think Lucas was mentioning we need a level playing field for emitters in, all across the EU. Every emitter is hit by the same carbon price. Some emitters are next to a CO2 storage site, some are very far from one, or have challenges with getting the CO2 to those sites. There are different sizes in emissions, etc. This is about bringing people along. We need, I think Aura said, we need industries also to be part of telling those positive stories, to create hope and create those opportunities and believe in our opportunities for the future. She mentioned industries in countries like Spain and Poland, where it's very hard currently to get that type of engagement. And that's exactly why we need this market to be created in a way that works for everyone, not only those who are currently in locations where there is a dynamic. So I really appreciate that comment, and I think that also plays into what Daniel was saying about the emitters who currently are planning to store CO2 in all the member states. If they don't speak up, and if we don't create that trust and the conditions for them to speak up, I think you said there is some trust now, Daniel. There are real conversations going on between companies, but we need them to speak up, and we need them to go to their governments. As a challenge also to those of you from industry here in the room, and from the industry associations perhaps in particular, who can also help mobilize industries to go and do that. Because we know that there are so many companies who currently don't have those conversations with the governments. And if they do that, we might be able to create also a positive dynamic that accelerates the things that we need to see happening. So, last but not least, on the CCS ladder, I hope that it was provoking. Georg, you mentioned it's a bit technical. It is a bit technical, but the CCS ladder, the first iteration of it, has actually been very influential. It has been influential in the German policy making has been influential also in China and in the US, which maybe not all of you are aware of. And the reason I think that it's been so influential is exactly what we were hoping for. It is not meant to give all the answers. It is meant to provoke conversation. It's meant to bring the stakeholders that are currently not having those conversations into the room, and ideally getting those industries who don't agree with their placement to come and say, hey, we don't agree with that because this and this. That's how we get the conversation with people who haven't been engaging in this so far. And it also enables, I think, a lot of civil society stakeholders who have felt uncomfortable with the conversation on CCS to engage. Because this is not a CCS is good or a CCS is bad conversation. It is meant to provoke in order to get your input, in order to get these policies as good as we can, and in order to get the things to happen that we need to happen right now. So I hope that you got really provoked. With that, I said I want, well, I didn't say that, I said I was going to keep you from the drinks. But for those who aren't aware, our office, which is basically across the street on the other side of the first gas station in Belgium that was converted into a fully electric charging station. Nice little nugget there. Behind there, you'll find our office, and that's where we're going to provide some free drinks for everyone to enjoy and continue the good conversations from today. Before you get to go, I want to give a proper round of applause to the team who's been organizing this event and to all the speakers. Thank you so much.